May they rest in perfect peace. Kindly take your seats. Thank you so much. We're diving straight into the plenary, and it's on industry perspectives on research and innovation in Africa. So this session will be showing you how Africa's ability to compete in the global knowledge economy hinges on developing a highly skilled workforce equipped to drive cutting-edge research, innovation, and industry transformation. We have experts from the AI and health sectors, and they'll be sharing their perspectives and expectations. And ACES, specializing in these areas, will offer reflections on how their centers are addressing the demand for advanced skills and research. It's my pleasure to welcome the moderator for this session, Director of Science, Technology at the Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology in Zambia. Let's welcome Jane Chinkusu, our moderator.
Thank you very much, and welcome to everybody. Today is a happy day, and it's a rainy day in Accra. We are privileged to be here. So as a way of introducing my panelists, we are going to have two discussants and two experts who are going to give us a reflection of industrial perspective as we look at research and innovation in our centers of excellence. So the first discussant is Mr. John Baptiste Morogo. If he's around, he can come. Let's give it a hand of applause. But just to introduce him, Mr. Morogo, who is Corporate Social Responsibility Leader for Africa and Middle East, IBM, has initiated across Africa and the Middle East, where he has focused on digital skilling, volunteerism, and sustainability with extensive experience in academia and innovation ecosystem. He has driven collaboration with the higher education institutions and ministries of education across the region. His efforts has led to the upskilling of over 50,000 students and faculties in emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, cloud computing, cybersecurity, and quantum computing. Prior to IBM, Mr. John was the founding manager of IBIS Africa and a faculty member of Strathmore University. Let's just give an applause for our expert. The second discussant is Mr. Loud Bessing. If he's around, he can come. Welcome. Dr. Loud Bessing is a biomedical specialist and scientist. He's also an entrepreneur and co-founder of Yamachi Biotech, a pioneering biotech company focused on cancer diagnostics and precision medicine for Africa populations. He has a strong track record in transitional research and is committed to leveraging cutting-edge technology in the health sector, including genomics, artificial intelligence, and immunology, to drive local relevant health innovations. At Yamachi, Dr. Bessing leads efforts to develop affordable, accurate diagnostic tools and build sustainable local manufacturing capacity in Africa. His work bridges research and entrepreneurship aiming to reduce health disparities and focus innovation ecosystem that can translate scientific discoveries and industrial transformation. Let's give us an applause for him and welcome. Later we'll have two discussants, but let me introduce them as they come to the front. The first one who's going to give a reflection from our centers is Professor Charles Ruranga from Center of Data Science If he's around, he can come in front. This is from the University of Rwanda. So Professor Charles is an associate professor of economic metrics and director of the Africa Center of Excellence in Data Science in the University of Rwanda. He holds a PhD in statistics, econometrics from the Makerere University and an MSc in economics from University of Montreal and a BSc in economics from National University of Rwanda. With over 19 years experience in academia, research, and project management, he has led major grants, including the experience that he's having at the Center of Data Management, Data Statistics, where he has been able to manage a grant of $4.5 million US. With IDRC project in artificial intelligence and COVID-19 data analysis, he also managed a project of 1.25 million. He's currently serving as president of the board of directors and legal representative of the Economic Policy Research Network, and is an active member and chair of several university committees. So let's just give an applause for Professor Charles. The last expert to give a reflection from our centers is Professor Gordon Awadara. If he's around, he can come. Prof is Pro-Vice Chancellor for the Academic and Student Affairs. Is he around? Professor Gordon? If he's around, then I'll introduce him as he comes around. But these are our experts who are going to help us discuss our session, which is around industrial perspective on research and innovation in Africa. The coordination will be done together with my panelists because we have limited time. So I'll ask all the panelists please to stick to time. For the discussant, you have 25 minutes in which you will address about 3 questions. And then for those who are giving a reflection, you will have about 20 minutes to give us a reflection around what is happening in our centers of excellence. So for now, let me invite Mr. John Baptiste to give us a reflection. And my first question to you is, if you can tell us a little bit about yourself, your current role in the Middle East and Africa as leader at IBM, and in your role, how you perceive the availability of talent in Africa for the kinds of roles that IBM recruits for. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Happy to be here. First of all, I would say congratulations to the ACE Network on celebrating 10 years. It was wonderful to toast yesterday evening. From my perspective in IBM, so IBM, for those who might not know, is international technology company. This year, we're celebrating 114 years of the company's existence. So we're an old player in the technology space, and been at the forefront of innovating with technology. And in Africa, we've been in the business now maybe close to 80 years in different parts of the continent. We have presence in Egypt, in Kenya, in South Africa, and also through various partners in West Africa. And just to bring to your point about the skilling component, we have a research center, IBM Research Africa, which is based in Nairobi and in Johannesburg in South Africa, which I would put it because we are now in the 11th year of having the presence of IBM Research in Africa, which I would say was the first major industrial research center that set up on the continent. So over the years, we have developed some experience in working with different skills, and some of whom are coming from your centers in developing technology that powers a lot of the companies that are our clients. I'm part of the CSR team, so I lead our corporate social investment programs in Africa and the Middle East. So I work a lot with a lot of your institutions, a lot of the center leaders here, because within our corporate social investment program, we focus on 3 key elements. One is on education workforce development, under which our engagement with universities falls under. Another is on our volunteerism piece. So we have a staff base of about 280,000 employees globally. And one of the key things that is very unique about IBMers is that we are very keen at supporting and collaborating with partners, with institutions where we have a presence in. So we have a lot of IBMers that get involved in our activities, and many of which is working with colleagues in academia. And the final piece is we run a sustainability accelerator, which is a program that we support organizations that are doing work around climate change by providing grants, providing expertise and technology. On the area around skills development, for us now, I mean, for any technology company, right now the big thing is artificial intelligence. For IBM, artificial intelligence is something that is big for us. Being a business-to-business company, what we do is provide these technologies to other organizations to help them drive their business. And then also what we call hybrid cloud and quantum computing. So these are the main focus areas for us as a business right now. Within the continent, we have a big thrust in terms of skills development. You all appreciate that technology is rapidly changing. And now in the age of artificial intelligence, almost every other month you wake up and you see new news of new technologies and so on. So we are actively reaching out, and if possible to share later, we have different initiatives and programs that we collaborate with academia to fast track and to help make sure that you are at the forefront in terms of utilizing these technologies in your teaching, in your research, and also in your innovation activities. We do this primarily through free program that we provide to universities that helps build these skills, awareness, and then also hands-on skills, and providing guidance and mentorship with faculty members to make sure that you're also at the forefront and utilizing the technologies that industry is actually using. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much for that introduction. But just to further, how do you see what you're doing currently helping Africa have the high-end kind of skills that we need, especially in the area of artificial intelligence?
Well, so apart from just providing the skills, we also make available the technologies. So remember the focus on making this technology available so that as you in academia are innovating and doing your research, you're leveraging on these solutions to enhance your work. I mean, basic item I would mention is, first of all, from our perspective, AI and other technologies are there to enhance what you do, okay? So to make you be more productive in the work that you are doing. If you look at it in the last few years, just things that would be very, that will relate very directly, we made available technologies like artificial intelligence, even during the time of COVID when we were trying to do some work with some institutions. So in South Africa, we collaborated with a number of partners, and we were helping to accelerate the discovery of certain solutions that some of those communities were facing during that time of COVID. So these are direct ways in which we can apply the technology to help enhance and make our research activities faster, our going to market more efficient, and also developing solutions that are really contextualized. So you have local researchers using the technology to develop local solutions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And maybe with the audience, would you share some of the strategies that you've maybe already used in your company to advance this skilling of the African continent so that we become more competitive as we help our industrialization.
Okay. So, this approach of developing talent, we look at it from a very simple perspective. It will always be a funnel type of approach, meaning that at the top of the funnel, we'll be doing a lot of work around awareness training, skilling at, let's say, the introductory level, because majority of the population will be users of the technology. So we need to drive the appreciation, the knowledge about this technology so that they can begin utilizing it more. As we go further down to the funnel, we have the builders. So these are those innovators, those that will work more closely with the technology to start developing solutions. And then at the bottom of the funnel, we see a smaller group of individuals who would be advanced researchers and domain experts with that technology. So this is the approach that we have used over the years as we've been collaborating with institutions across the continent. So working with universities, working with various centers to develop that kind of capacity from users, builders, and then deep researchers. And we do this at scale because we are working across the continent with very many institutions to make sure that we can catalyze the use and the awareness of these technologies within this region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now come to Dr. Anthony. For you, it's in the health sector. Maybe just also tell us about what you're currently doing and how you're helping the African continent to develop that high skill in the health sector for industrialization.
All right, so thank you very much. And my name is Lord Anthony Basing. I'm the founder of Incas Diagnostics. So at Incas Diagnostics, we develop and manufacture different kinds of diagnostics. So both in the health and agricultural space, we develop a point-of-care lateral flow test. So for instance, in the health space, in terms of women health, we have pregnancy tests, which is on the market. We have a 3-in-1 test for vaginal infections, for instance. We also have quite a new test that is a 4-in-1 test that is able to detect HIV, malaria, syphilis, and then iron deficiency anemia on just one strip, which all of these are already on the market. We also have tests for drugs of abuse. We have tests for alcohol. And then we also have the infectious diseases, different kinds of infectious diseases. In the agricultural space, we have test for foot and mouth disease, mostly for small ruminants, so foot and mouth disease, anthrax, and then PPI and all of those ones. So that is basically what we do. But our main focus is on both R&D and manufacturing. So we have a very strong R&D unit where we do a lot of development. So currently we have 15 products already on the market, developed and commercialized. We have 9 products already in the pipeline, and we are developing them. We currently finished developing a test for Sudan 4. Sudan 4 is a contaminant that is basically used to adulterate palm oil to make it look redder, right? And the studies have shown that it's carcinogenic, and yet it's being sold in the public. The FDA in Ghana has been very strict on it, trying to get rid of it, but it's been difficult. So we've developed a test where you just touch the palm oil with it. If it turns black, it means there's Sudan 4. So these are some of the things we do quite regularly. When it comes to what we are doing to develop skills and all of that, there are 2 main skills that we actually need in the company. The first are the technical skills, and then the second are the soft skills. For the technical skills, you need people that have an intimate knowledge of whatever you are developing. So for instance, if you are developing an HIV test, you need somebody who knows HIV very well, knows the parts of the virus that are immunogenic so that we can use that to develop the test. You also need people who have the technical skill to be able to develop the test. Unfortunately, in Ghana, not even in Ghana, in Africa, there's no university that teaches people how to develop tests or even manufacture tests. And so we have to actually train them when they come. So we recruit people mostly based on the soft skill that they have and not the technical skills, because the technical skills, we provide that technical skills when they come into the company. And the most important soft skill is being able to think on your feet. That is extremely essential, because all the things that can go wrong in developing a test will go wrong when you start, right? And so if you just throw your hands in the air and then come and get somebody in the technical department and say this thing is not working, then you are not right for the place. You need to be able to think and then be able to adapt and be able to experiment and reiterate and do all of those things. I always tell students that come to our place that developing tests is boring, because you have to read a lot more than you have to do, because you have to read and get the knowledge to be able to adapt when there are issues. So those are some of the things we look out for. From our experience, what we usually do is that we try to encourage people to come to us for attachment and internships. Once you come for internships, we start looking at you, we conduct trainings and all of that. Then after school, you come and do a 1-year national service with us if you are interested. And then after that, we then recruit you. So we don't recruit people who have already finished school and then they are looking for jobs. And that is because, one, we try to train you from the start, so that at the end of the day, you're able to have a skill that will fit into our place. Even if at the end of the day, you don't stay after your internship or after the national service, at least you would have learned a skill around that area. So that's how we do our recruitment, and that's how we try and add to the skill that young people have.
No, thank you very much for, I think, that process that you're doing to help skilling our people. But now, looking at you, you are a researcher, you are an entrepreneur. How do you think all these technologies that you're developing are helping the biotech in Africa?
Okay, all right. So first of all, there are quite a number of technologies that are currently in the system that can help the biotech industry. For instance, he spoke about artificial intelligence, for instance. And one of the major or the important components of developing diagnostics is biomarker discovery. Because to be able to develop a test that will be able to test for a particular thing, you need to be able to know what biomarker you need to test. I'll give an example. Right now, we are working on preeclampsia, being able to detect preeclampsia even before it happens. So you need to develop biomarkers of preeclampsia in urine. Now, this process would usually take a very long time and over certain years. But right now, with artificial intelligence, for instance, and with new technologies that are basically looking at genomics, for instance, they are looking at all the metabolomics and all of those new technologies that are coming. What is happening is that we have a lot of data that is being deposited into the system. And so with artificial intelligence, you can be able to run basically the data and be able to take out certain biomarkers that run through almost everybody that has that particular condition. And then with that, you can be able to narrow it down and be able to detect biomarkers. So instead of using maybe 5-10 years to develop a particular biomarker, you can actually be able to do that in less than a year with the right thing. And again, another example is that Yamachi Biotech, which presented yesterday, is talking about doing genomics in terms of cancer research across the country and even the continent. They are basically trying to sequence all of these data. Now, imagine you want to develop a diagnostic for cancer. With that data that is available, it is easy to run through with artificial intelligence to identify things that are common in almost everybody and be able to narrow it down and say, okay, this is a likely biomarker that we can use to develop diagnostics. And so these new technologies are going to enhance the biotech industry in Africa. Unfortunately, the biotech industry is a growing industry, but it is not there yet. There are still pieces and bits and pieces. We don't have a lot of companies that are doing biotech in Africa because barrier to entry is huge. It's expensive and all of that. So we don't have a lot of people. But we don't also have a lot of people with expertise to be able to do that. And that is where the universities come in. We need to train more people to be able to have that expertise, to be able to set up their own biotech firms or even join biotech firms that are currently available. And so these technologies are the ones that are going to basically cause the biotech industry to sprint and become very relevant in Africa.
Yeah. Just on that one, since we have a lot of our institutions, academia institutions in here, what advice then would you give to most of our institutions around developing these high-level skills that would need to run the biotech in Africa?
Yes, thank you. That's a very, very important question. And I think that the first thing is to collaborate with industry. And I'm not trying to preempt what Prof. Awandari would say, but we've collaborated a lot with WACPIP. And so a lot of the things I'm going to talk about is going to be from the WACPIP experience, right? Where the institutions will collaborate with industry, where the industry would come in and give talks to these students. Because these students, once they leave, they would either want to set up their own firms or they would want to go and work in these areas. So when you start the collaboration at the very beginning, when the students come into the school, you have industry come in and talk to the students. The students can ask all the relevant questions. It actually helps narrow what the students are going to study, because then they know what they need to expect when they go out there. So that is the first one, where you are going to have that industry collaboration. Another very important thing is for it to become mandatory for students to do attachments and internships and all of that. It's very important. Right now, students, most universities give students the chance to go and do that, but it is not mandatory. And so most students would rather go find money somewhere than to go and do all of these industrial attachments and internships. These build the students' interest in whether they would really even want to venture into the biotech industry, for instance. So once they do these industrial attachments, it helps build them to be able to do that. The second one is actually something that, again, WACPIP has started, that is putting together maybe MOUs with some of these industry partners, where the industry partners feed into the curriculum of some of these biotech institutions. Because, you see, the biotech space keeps changing. And so if you have a curriculum that is set in stone, and that curriculum is being taught for 5, 10, 15 years, then what you're going to end up with is people who are going to finish and they will not be relevant for the field, because the field has changed so much. And so when you have again, industry partners feeding into the curriculum that is changed constantly, and those gray areas that are not changed, you have industry partners come to talk to the students. I think it helps a lot. I think the final one I'll talk about is when both the institution and then the industry partners collaborate and do research together. It's what it then does is that it helps people to be able to work together. It helps the industry partner to be able to see the relevance of the training that is being given to the students. It also helps the academics to realize that, okay, so industry partners also have a role to play, even in research. And that collaboration is very easy for students to transition from that being a student into the biotech space within a short time, and it helps grow the biotech space in Africa. It's really important because, as I said, we don't have a lot of biotech companies, and we really need biotech if we want to be self-sufficient in the health space and a lot of the things that we are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think you've brought the perspective of private sector playing a role into this academia. Maybe also from IBM, are we talking the same strategies or that we are using to involve private sector in the academic and development of our skills?
Yeah, absolutely, and thanks for just echoing some of the points that I had shared earlier. You know, one of the things I would say that enables, let's say, successful collaboration is having, let's say, alignment on the objectives and the process of each of the parties, right? Because yes, private sector might have certain objectives through that kind of collaboration, and also certain processes that they go through to establish those collaborations. And similarly, from the academic point of view, from your institutions, you also have certain objectives and also processes that you need to adhere to set up those. So spending time, I think, to have alignment on that is something that is key. From my experience, there are several instances where we have worked with certain institutions. Maybe because of this misalignment, then we end up having some missed expectations or some mismatches in terms of that. And then you end up having hiccups within those kind of collaborations. I think everybody appreciates the value of the potential of those kind of engagements. But then what happens is that when you begin forming it and you don't have that alignment, then you end up having some challenges. And then also an appreciation that it is a long game. It is not something that you'll just have the results of in 2-3 months, but you have to think of it from the long game. On the aspect of skills development, just to share some examples, when we were setting up the research center in Africa, identifying the right skills for some of the projects we were involved in took a bit of time, and for a while we used to rely on some of our other centers globally to provide that talent. But we understood this and took it upon ourselves to actually invest in the talent development of local capacity to meet some of the work that we need to do. And we've done that. Over the years, we've now have a good number of researchers that are coming from our local institutions that are now staffing our research centers. But guess what? When we have sort of developed this pipeline, then other players come into the space and take that talent, right? But this is how it goes, and we just need to develop that and understand that. I mean, we're part of a bigger ecosystem. Or even, like he said, some of them see the opportunity, they go and set up their own establishments, which is fine, or find opportunities, go to other markets as well. But this is how it goes, and I think this is why the collaboration with academia is key, because we need to just churn out much more than we are, because just to satisfy all these different needs. The mentorship component, I think, is also critical, just to make sure that we have the doors open for, whether it is faculty members or students that are working on different projects to be able to work closely with industry. By the way, just something that came to mind yesterday is we actually collaborated with the ACE centers, some of the centers here in West Africa that we supported some of the students through internship programs, for example, that we work with. And I think the focus on hands-on skills, I think, is something that is fairly critical and is now a premium. So yes, knowledge is good, but actual hands-on skills, from my point of view on things like artificial intelligence. So we are increasingly seeing the need for deeper skills and hands-on skills on artificial intelligence, data modeling, and so on. Thank you.
Okay. No, thank you very much for those reflections. Now we go to our centers of excellence with the perspective that industry and our enterprises have talked about. I would want to come to Professor Charles. Tell us now how our center in data science is connecting with industry in order for us to develop these high-end skills that we are looking for Africa to move steps forward.
Yeah, thank you. As the moderator said, Charles Seruranga, Center Leader of African Center of Excellence in Data Science, University of Rwanda. The data science is interdisciplinary field where we have mathematical statistics, we have computer science, but all those techniques need to move to the business. Why are we using the data? Where we need to use the data using those techniques and be able to have the respond to the needs of the community, to support the industry and the different other sectors. Yeah, in the African Center of Excellence in Data Science, we are not only having the data set or analyze it, but we need to have that step to move to the actionable insights, guiding the business toward informed decisions. So that is and we use the different techniques. In the African Center of Excellence in Data Science, based on the experience we have, what has been done up to now in order to link it with the presenters from the industry. When the center started, there is the collaboration with industry and the different other institutions. We need to build that collaboration, and the collaboration has been used from the beginning when you are designing or developing the programs. So they need to be involved in order to establish programs which respond to the needs of the industry. That was the initial step. After that, we have also regular review meeting of the program. The second part in that collaboration, when we design the program, especially for master's program, we have, apart from courses or modules, we have also industrial attachment, which is compulsory to all master's students. They need to work with them, identify the challenge they are facing. That challenge will be the work, because they need to have the project, the research project, which is based on the needs from the industry or the community. And this will be done in collaboration with the industry, but we have also the academic advice. The supervisors and others will be involved in that steps. So in addition to collaboration, we have also the second part of the many activities in the center is collaboration, collaborative research. The center can contact, or industry can contact the center and initiate a collaborative research. Yesterday I was sharing the one project on the learner analytics in education. So we have the data set for the student, from the nursery, primary, but many times the data set were not used to take the decision what kind of challenges. So we have the collaborative research initiated by the center in collaboration with different partners, and the research can be done, and the solution will be practical solution to be applied in that industry. The third, after the establishment of the center, we have started what we call the data-driven incubation hub in the center, which the main activity will be the mentorship. The researchers or even others who have innovative ideas can be hosted in the center. There is a program, kind of mentorship program in the center, where there will be a coach, the coaching program, but we can also organize the boot camp for specific areas. Third, the fourth one, we have the facilities, the research facilities. In the Center of Data Science, apart from computer labs and the working space and the rooms, we have also the high performance computer to support the student, not only student, even the researchers, even others from outside the university. They have that access. They can get the account if they have the data set. They want big data and they are not able to process using their computer, they can get the account on the high performance computer. Fifth, we have the capacity building. As I said, the main activity, we have masters and the PhD program, but we have also the short professional courses in different areas related to data science. As now, 13 PhD have already graduated. We have 140 for masters. And among those graduates, 25% are from outside Rwanda, from different countries, more than 10 countries. We have also a very good percentage, around 40 are female. So those are some of the statistics for the graduates. So this is in brief what have been done, linked to what has been presented to the industry, but the center we have many other short courses, public lecture where we invite the industry and the different other activities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So in Rwanda, we are just confirming that our students are taking up those opportunities as IBM was presenting, going into industry, getting the attachments, so that at the end, those that we call as graduates are really skilled, the kind that we need for the industry. Maybe your comment on that, Prof.
Yes, yeah, that is they respond, it is linked to what I've said, and we do it in the center. There are still some challenges. Some industries think in that way, but we have others, they are not yet linked with the academic institutions. But that is the challenge. We are still working on them, and be linked with them to show what is really the contribution of research and innovation in the industry. I think that is one of the challenges from the industry, but the collaboration is already established.
Okay, thank you very much. And welcome Professor Gordon Awadera. Just in introducing you, let's welcome Professor Awadera, who is a Pro-Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs at the University of Ghana, and the founding director of West Africa Center of Cell Biology and Infectious Pathogens in Africa Center of Excellence. He is a leading biomedical scientist whose research focuses on the molecular and cellular biology of infectious diseases, particularly in malaria. Under his leadership, the center has become a hub of cutting-edge research, postgraduate training, and regional collaboration in infectious diseases. Prof is passionate about building Africa's scientific capacity and integrating advanced technologies, including genomics and bioinformatics, into the health research. He has mentored numerous young scientists and continues to champion research excellence, industry engagement, and the application of innovation to solve Africa's most pressing health challenges. Welcome, Prof. So in you just addressing, also, I think you've heard the industry explaining, especially those from health, the technologies that are being developed. So how are you taking advantage of what is happening in the industry, especially biotech, as it relates in developing our talent and skills in Africa?
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. And good morning to you all. I want to start by sort of providing the context in which WACBIP, which is the center that I lead, has entered this space and come this far. The skills and the infrastructure to do fundamental science, which is to understand pathogens, to understand disease systems, to understand how our systems respond to diseases. That's the only way you can generate original knowledge that can then feed into industry to develop products. So priority is, we were attempting to do some of these things on a small scale. But like Lord and others have mentioned, you need a significant capital investment in order to generate the capacity to do this type of research in a competitive way globally. So with the injection of funds that we got from ACE, we were able to establish an environment that supported this type of research, that was globally competitive, that was world-class, that was able to attract scientists who lived abroad to come back and work here. Yesterday, you heard about Yamachi. We have several people like Yao who came back to Africa, who came back to Ghana because of the environment that we've created at WAGBIP, that they believed they could practice their trade in that place. So that is very, significant about what the ACE has done. And I think we need to recognize that as we have these discussions. Now, how are we interfacing with industry? For us, we were presented with a challenge that for the type of work we do, we need biotech. We need biotech to work with us in training the young scientists to prepare them for industry. We needed biotech in order to take what we discover and take it forward. We needed industry as a source of revenue, generation for sustainability. Now, the challenge is that industry is weak. In Ghana, biotech is very weak. We have only few biotech companies, and what Lord is doing, what Yao is doing, these are enormous, efforts that they are putting into these things. I think that Lord hasn't talked about all the challenges that they face, with funding, with government policies that suffocate them, regulatory processes that make it impossible for them to make progress. There's almost as if there's a system that is blind to the needs of these types of organizations. And these are the types of organizations that we need in order to take the next step in biotech and innovation, okay? Because at the university, we can generate original knowledge, we can discover targets for vaccines, we can discover targets or biomarkers for diagnosis, we can discover new drug compounds, but you need funds and you need biotech to take that from an idea to a product. And so what we've been trying to do is to encourage and support, new startups. And, Yao is a great example of that. He has really taken off, and he's serving as a model for the rest of our young faculty and students and graduates to also follow. So we support, this type of bold initiatives to face the challenge and to take the the risk of trying something new and trying to fill this gap. Now, we have signed MOUs with several industries. Most of them are pharma, because that's what we have. We've had very good relationships with pharmaceutical companies, and we've been able to send some of our students for internships there. But the reality is that many of our pharmaceutical companies are really manufacturing companies. They do very little R&D. Lord is here with his very small company. He has an R&D unit, Many of our pharma companies do not have functional R&D units. They're just producing and selling, okay? And which is fine, they're trying to survive and to make profit. But if we want to go to the next level, we need to have active R&D. I hear the regulations require all these companies to have R&D units. I don't think these are being enforced. I don't think there are incentives for for companies to do R&D. I don't think there are any intentional efforts on the part of our governments to support R&D in industry. And we can talk about academia-industry partnerships all we want. If there is no intentional policies to promote the collaboration between academia and industry, it's not going to happen because industry is trying to pay their bills. They're trying to pay their bills, that's the first thing. And academia, whatever we do, we are trying to, promote our own academic careers. There has to be an incentive for the two to work together. So, we hope that African governments would start to think about intentional policies, that promote investment into R&D, especially biotech, Let's promote investment. Let's put tax policies that say, for example, for every biotech company, your first 10 years, no tax, and your imports, any, inputs that you import, zero tax. I mean, we need to do these things in order to move forward. Right now, Donald Trump says that all our goods will be taxed at whatever rate, which means we have to start thinking about how we can also make our own drugs and our own diagnostics and our own vaccines here. Okay? So let's be bold. Let's be bold and put in place measures that would transform the way we do science, that would promote R&D, that would catalyze innovation, and make us more competitive globally.
Thank you very much. I think, Prof, you really have hit the nail. This is talking about the ecosystem, especially in some economies where the ecosystem is not very well established. Here we don't have the industry. The academia is doing its part, but then how do we make sure that industry also is strengthened, and also so that they can then go back and support what is happening in academia? So thank you very much. With that, I will allow IBM to make a small presentation before I come now to the audience for any comments, any intervention, or any addition that you would want to make.
All right, thank you. And this is really a call to or invitation for collaboration. As I mentioned, we have a lot of offering that we make available to academia at no charge. And the idea is to catalyze and to stimulate the advancement and the use of this artificial intelligence resources. And this cuts across centers that are focusing on different areas. I think there is opportunity to collaborate with you. Just to put in a nutshell, what we make available to you is on the capacity building component, as was being mentioned. We give you access to learning resource that you can leverage in your curricula. We give you access to computing resources. So faculty members, students, innovators, as they go about doing their research or their proof of concept, they do not need to bear the cost of compute. We also give access to data sets that can be utilized for this process. And all of this comes at no charge. So this is primarily part of the offering that we make available to academia that I was referencing before. So if you wish to reach out, we're open for collaboration. Just, my email is there, and we can move forward to that. In terms of some of the key elements I just wanted to highlight in this, and this is for both faculty members and students. So a lot of the content is online and on demand, and it's, regardless of which, let's say, discipline you're in, whether you're in technology or non-technology, remember, AI is cuts across and it's to be used to enhance this. It comes in form of online self-learning offering, but also with some institutions that wish to go further, we can provide opportunities where we could do more closer or more guided engagements. On the topic of artificial intelligence, just last week we were at a summit in Rwanda about the AI situation. We don't need to wait for the big investments to have huge data centers to run the AI. There are small language models that we could actually deploy locally in our institutions and begin leveraging on the capacity of this technology to solve our own challenges. So we make available through an open source framework. You can utilize a language model we call Granite, which you can actually utilize locally in your campuses and begin leveraging on this to start innovating and developing solutions for. So we've got this available to your institutions that you can, again, leverage on. On the scope of artificial intelligence, so, all the content around machine learning, large language models, and using this for data, working with data. And lastly, just to mention that, this content is made available free, it's flexible, it's modular, so you pick and choose what you wish and how you would like to deliver it in your institution. It comes backed with credentials and certificates, so if you wish to leverage on that, especially for supplemental learning, and I talk about the research and innovation, you also have the compute capacity that comes built in together with that. Sorry. To enhance this, for the hands-on, because like I mentioned, there's a huge premium placed on those with hands-on capabilities. So this is something that we are heavily focused on. So we provide a lot of online mentoring or demonstrations just to make sure that we can develop hands-on capacity on the artificial intelligence. And this is done by colleagues in IBM who will get involved in running some of these virtual events just to make sure that we provide a rich hands-on experience for our learners. Key differentiators, and I'll pause at this one. So all this comes back with recognized industry credentials. For the hands-on components, we are IBM, so we do make use of IBM technologies, but also using a lot of open source tools because we are looking at building the skill more than trying to sell a product for this. And then also involving a lot of our IBM colleagues to come in as industry mentors and guides to the work that we do. Thank you very much, and we're open to collaborate with all of you in this work.
Thank you very much. At this point, I want to thank all my experts, all the presenters. Maybe we give them a round of applause for their presentation. So for now, I'll take interventions, any comments, any questions, clarification. And to be fair, I'll get 3 from the first row, 3 the middle row, and 3 in the other row. So maybe I can see hands in the middle row. So I'll take one in front. The other one is here. The middle row, anyone in the middle row? So I only see 2 hands in the middle row, so we'll take the middle row. You can start.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the lessons and the experiences that have been shared by our panelists. I think that was quite, very good. I have a few comments to make with regard to research and innovation, seeing how the outputs could be transformed to transform the economic and the social landscape. Number one, if you think of our universities across Africa, the majority of them are so much focusing on knowledge generation, which is good. There's nothing wrong with that. But at the same time, there's a lot of research that is happening, but the challenging point is that very little of that is translated to services and products that reach the public domain. Therefore, I would consider the centers of excellence as catchment areas to see how they can play a role of translating whatever research outputs are generated on the background and take that one to the public domain. I think there's a very big room if we focus on that. But number two, we have programs on, we call postdoctoral fellowships. I would really also see a huge opportunity that if our centers of excellence deploy this kind of a program on long term, think of 5 years, 7 years. If we have a good number of postdoctoral fellows and you are so well connected to the industry, that will give us a huge opportunity of learning the problems or challenges on the public side and seeing how that could be transformed to enter the public domain. Number three, and the last one, and this could be food for thought. If you look across our countries, there are innovators in the formal sector and the informal sector who happen to have their technologies developed to the point that they are market ready. And probably you see the potential of them being marketed internally and externally. But the challenge is them having the capital of going to mass production. I would really wish to have the opinions of the panelists and probably whoever else in this room that what must our governments do to ensure that innovations that have been developed domestically and they have strong potential internally and externally go to the mass production so that they help us increase the level of employment, but also help us invigorate the domestic growth and all that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You may just take points. You can make comments later. I will take the second. Yes.
Thank you very much. I also appreciate the presenter, the facilitator, as well as the discussants. University-industry partnership is very, very important, but there are questions usually which universities ask. They say in Africa, there are no industries where you attach your students. So given that there is scarcity of industry, what would you like to suggest universities should use to train their students practically? That is one question. And the second question which I want to ask is, IBM is working with universities, and some universities are working with IBM, and I guess with there is industry too. I forgot that name. What benefit did you get from the universities as industry? Because, industries must get kind of benefit from the universities, and the universities must get benefit from the industries. That is mutual benefit must be there. So what is the benefit that you got from the industry, which you want to share as a lesson for us, which we want to take home? And the universities, I know that you attach your students, that is okay, I know, I understand that. But besides attachment, internship, what kind of benefit did you get from the industries? I'm asking the universities, the centers, the benefits that you got from the industry and the universities, the industries from the university. And the other question is, what kind of legal document is there for you to work together? For example, if your experts are going to the university, for example, on what basis do they go to the universities and share their experiences from the industry? And if, again, university people have to go to the industries, on what basis? What legal process is there to support the attachment of students, the attachment of instructors, and again, experts from the industry to the universities. If there is any best experience which you want to share, I would like to hear that. The last question, last question is to IBM. IBM, in your presentation, you said that there are some courses which are available to selected universities. Which universities are these? Thank you. And
Thank you very much. So I'm done with the middle row. I will allow my panelists to just respond. And in response, please, let's keep our response very short because I have 2 other rows that need to also get the clarification.
Thank you. So just to quickly react, maybe I go backwards on the questions. So on the courses to select institutions, these are institutions where we have some formal agreement because when we offer those courses, which are much longer term, require students to access some learning management systems. There's exchange of data and IP. So these agreements would do that. A lot of the other material I shared is open to a lot of your institutions without any formal agreement, apart from just the registration that you do online. You accept those sort of statements, and once you accept that, that sort of forms the basis of the engagement between us. We do run the internship program, so we invite students who are looking for attachment opportunities. That's a formal contract that we do, so they become employees for the duration of their internship, and then that sort of covers any sort of legal agreement that you mentioned. In terms of the engagements we have with academic institutions, there are different types of agreements, from a simple one, like I was mentioning, for some of the courses that we make available, to even just the online agreements that you do as a learner to access some of learning resources. But when we get into, let's say, much more deeper engagements, you might have a joint study program agreement that you have between institutions that address a number of items to do with the time commitment of the individuals that are involved, if they are, for example, employed with the university and so on, and also the IP, the intellectual property that comes out of those kind of engagements. So there are different types of agreements based on the activity or the action that we're doing with the academic institution. To the question that was asked also before, what are the benefits, let's say, to a company like IBM? I think for us, because this is coming from our social investment program, we're not looking at the commercial. So all that we are sharing with you is we're not asking the university or the center to pay for any of this software or learning resources. What we are looking at is catalyzing that ecosystem with the right skills. I mean, someone can argue that, yes, eventually it will come back commercially, but that's not the intention. What we're looking to do is to build that capacity within the markets where we operate, whether that comes to IBM or to our ecosystem partners. That I think would be a good sort of spin-off coming out of that. A strategy that I think is becoming increasingly successful from my observation is the establishment of innovation hubs or incubation centers that I see a lot of institutions are beginning to set up. So these institutions these units have some level of autonomy. They enable the faculty members to spend time on the projects that come through that. It gives an opportunity for discovery of potential innovation that are coming from your students, from your faculty members. It allows for, let me call it, an easier point where external parties that would be key stakeholders can engage with that institution. So, here you've got people who can provide business development services for the product development. You've got organizations, companies like from private sector that can come and engage with the faculty members and the students that are doing that kind of work. Intellectual property, maybe lawyers and so on that can collaborate with this. So I see this as an easy route that academic institutions can then work with to, first of all, discover those innovations. I think it also gives the students a point where they can come in and promote. Just to give a little sharing, so in my previous life before joining IBM, one of my tasks was actually to establish this kind of unit within a university. And some of the learnings that I got from that was just having a separate entity, something that is visible that students and also the external audience can actually identify and go to. And then, developing a mindset where you could actually test things out. Many of them will fail, and that is okay, but that's part of the process. So just that kind of environment that allows that kind of thing. Because, frankly speaking, academic institutions have got a very rigid structure. I think something that looks slightly different from that setup of the institution, of the academic institution, that allows for this kind of activities, I think has better success for that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. So I'll just quickly respond. The first question about benefits of industry or benefits to industry from academia. So there are quite a number of benefits that we derive when we collaborate with academia. First of all, there's a lot of credibility when you, for the industry partner when you collaborate with academia. Once you're collaborating with a university, people sort of give you certain level of credibility, and so that is very important. For a biotech industry like ours, you need to recruit from the universities. So in collaborating with the university, you get to see the students, you get to work closely with the students, and you get to make an input into what kind of training that is being given to the students. And these students, once they finish, they come back to the industry, and then they come and work for the industry. And so, yes, that is also a way of benefiting from industry. One of the major things is also R&D. So the universities have a lot of products and a lot of research that they've done that is on the shelf. So when you collaborate with the industry or you collaborate with the university, one of the things you do is being able to have some of these products that you can commercialize. Professor Wandari, when he was speaking, talked about R&D, the death of R&D in manufacturing. It is because R&D is extremely expensive. And most manufacturers want to manufacture and make money. And so investing in R&D, which costs millions of dollars, is very difficult. We are able to do that because I am in academia, and so I'm able to mix the academia with industry. And so the academia portion is where I do the R&D, and then the industry is where we do the manufacturing. But not everybody is able to do that. And so when you collaborate with academia, then you are able to have a direct pipeline in terms of academia does the R&D, and then industry benefits from it. And then also collaboration and research. Currently, there are quite a number of studies or research funding that is available that insists that you must have an industry partner. And so that collaboration helps to build the capacity of both the industry partner and academia, and that is one of the benefits we get. Now, one of the questions about no industry for students, and so how do we do that? First of all, there are quite a number of industries, except that there's a misfit between what is being trained and what the industry needs. And so that is one of the things that we need to do. Even in areas where there are no industries, one of the things you can do is to have incubators in the universities. So a lot of universities have business incubators where some of these students can go to and get trained. And I remember when students from the biomedical engineering unit of University of Ghana came all the way to Kumasi, where I am. That is about 4 or 5 hours. Currently with the roads, it's even 6 hours to come and spend a week learning how to develop a test kit for one of their projects. And I was very impressed that they took that initiative. So those kind of things are there. The final question was about what happens when you have people, even in the informal and formal sector, that have technologies that are ready to to go to the market, but are not able to do that because of funding. The first thing is that there's no funding anywhere, and I think that we need to start inculcating that into the minds of young people. Sometimes you need a lot of family and friends support because government will not give you funding. It is, from where I sit, it is wishful thinking to think that once I have technology, government should support me with money. Government has too many things on its hand to think about helping us. So you need to think about that. One of the major things you can do is collaborate with those who are already in the market or those who are already there. Is it possible to sell the technology? Is it possible to license the technology? Is it possible to perhaps have a collaboration where there can be cost sharing and then revenue sharing? There are a lot of ways you can go about doing all of this. But as Africans, we've been trained to be very wary of people, very mistrustful of people. So the first thing you are thinking about is somebody will steal the technology. So you keep the technology to your chest. And once you keep the technology to your chest, it doesn't get out there and nobody benefits from it. I think we need to start thinking about where these collaborations, and the legal regime must be strong so that you have documentation that shows that if I, as an established company, I'm taking a technology from you, I do not cheat you, but that legal regime is there. So these are some of the things we can do to get technologies out there without thinking about government giving us funding, because reality, it won't happen. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Since now we're running out of time, is there any question on this row? Any question? So I'll take that one question. And on the far end, is there any question? On this far end? I see none. So let me take the last question, then I'll ask Professor Charles and Professor Gordon to make their comments. You can go ahead.
Okay, good morning. My name is Wara Musser. I'm with the World Bank. My question is for you, Dr. Lord. At the start of your presentation, you were talking about a lot of the tests you've developed for iron deficiencies, diseases in rodents, but the one that struck me was the test for the carcinogenic coloring that's used in palm oil. And this is a product that's used in a lot of African cuisines. So my question is, there's value in working with the FDA to ensure that such products aren't on the market, but also working with consumers to ensure that they're making informed decisions when they're out there buying products. So where do you find more traction? Working with policymakers or working with the consumers in trying to get these products out there? And how does that influence the way that you go about your testing, in the way that you design your products? I'm just curious about the impact of the tests in the market. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So there are two ways to answering this question. The first is that we actually do a lot of market surveys. So we could share with you several market surveys that we've done that have the potential customers have actually told us what they need, and then we produce what they need for them. So that is one of the ways we go about it. For the specific case of the Sudan 4 test, it was actually the FDA that suggested it. I had a meeting with the FDA on a separate thing, and then they were like, oh, there's this huge problem that we have been trying to solve. The major thing is that once you go and you take the palm oil and you bring it to the FDA to come and test, you find Sudan 4 in it. You go back to the market and the women have left. So you cannot, there's no way to track them and all of that. So is it possible to have a test like that? So I asked them, will you give us money? Then they laughed. But we actually thought about it and we realized that it was something that was really important and we could do. So we sought for funding, external funding. USAID helped us with a bit of funding. And we were able to develop that particular one. And once we developed it, we also did pre-testing. We gave 10 pieces each to people to just go to the market. And these are people who buy from these market women. And it is the results is very, very scary. If I show you Greater Accra, we took 10 markets in Greater Accra, 10 markets in Ashanti region. And if you could see the number that had these Sudan 4 carcinogens, you would not buy from some of these markets. And so we use these two things where we talk to the customers and also talk to the policymakers, and it's served us very well so far. It's given us a lot of money, let me put it that way, because when you develop the test, you have a lot of people who are interested in the test and they want to buy it, because you had a discussion with them in the first place. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I'll ask Professor Charles to just make a comment on the 3 questions, and then I'll give it to Professor.
Yeah, thank you. Just to make a few comments. One, yeah, research and innovation is very important, and we'll have practical solutions when the collaboration between universities and industries are very well elaborated. And yeah, we normally have the MOUs specifying the benefit for each university or the industry, and the remaining will be the implementation. Yeah, with this MOU, we have the benefits. Sometimes it's not sharing the money or what, but each institution have the mandate. Yeah, the collaboration will help university to achieve its mandate, the same for the industry. Yeah, the second part of the comment I want to give was the postdoctoral program. Yeah, those are very important for research and innovation, and that will need more support from different stakeholders, mainly the government and others, because they will be there available for research, and which will lead to the innovation. And with the collaboration with the industry, the university will not be limited to the knowledge generation, because we have that collaboration with the industry. So those are some of the comments on the questions. Thank you.
Professor Gordon.
Well, I believe all the questions have been effectively answered. So I would just go back to the big picture and say that for us in the health research sector, we believe that what the ACE has done is to create a large pool of talented young scientists. We need to create opportunities for them outside academia. And we think that biotech, is where we can harness the skills of all these people. I believe that government needs to be intentional in, promoting investment in biotech. If you look in most of the developed countries, when they talk about funding for R&D, it is not government funding. Most of the money that goes into R&D is actually from private sector. But you have to create the enabling environment for people to invest and make profit, which they can reinvest in R&D. And, we are not saying government should provide all the money for R&D, but government has to have intentional policies to promote investment in R&D, which will then pay for itself. It will pay for itself in jobs that it will create, in revenue that it will bring in from innovations. It will pay for itself, and it will be a catalyst for the entire economy. So I think we, as an ACE community, we need to look at that next step in harnessing the skills of all the young scientists that we have trained and creating opportunities for, the step change that we need in our economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your comments and your presentation. Members, we can see from our panelists and our discussion that academia needs industry, whilst industry also needs academia. It's something that we can't run away. For us to develop this highly skilled workforce, where then Africa becomes very competitive. We have seen how industry can contribute in curriculum reviews, in the development, in attachment, but at the same time, we also have seen that academia on the other side needs to create environments where this private sector then can find their space, at the same time make their profits that they need to make. So thank you very much. We've come to the end of our session. I wish to thank all the panelists for their eloquent, efficient way in the way we have discussed this topic. And I hope the audience has taken a lot. And as we go back, we may implement a few things that we have been able to hear from the panelists. I am Jane Mubanga Chinkusu. I was introduced as Director Science. I'm former Director Science and Technology, but a very interested person in the space of science, technology, and innovation. So thank you very much, and all the best.
Thank you very much, Jane Chinkusu, from the Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology, Zambia, for expertly guiding the conversation. I came from right at the back, and I could smell good food, which means it's now time for our break. These are the arrangements. We have a lagoon for the vice chancellors, the main restaurant for the VIPs, and the rest of us will have our break here. So it's right at the back, and I appreciate that not all of us can get to the back, but the Labadi Beach is also making sure that some of the food gets to you right here in the front. So we'll make sure we'll have our break for 30 minutes, and then when we come back, we'll go into our last but one session. This is an announcement concerning flight schedules. So if your flight schedules have changed, we would like you to update your flight details by visiting the registration link via the confirmation email. So in the confirmation email, you have the link for registration, and if you have to update your flight schedules, please put that information there for us. Remember that we want you to update the hotel so that we can facilitate your transfer to the airport when the conference is over. So once again, those of you who have changes in your flight schedules, please go to the confirmation email and then update your flight details by visiting the registration link there. When we return from our coffee break, we'll have a session which is devoted to reporting back on sectoral breakout sessions, and the moderator for that session will be Professor Alassane Ndiaye, who is ACE subject matter expert in transport and logistics. That will happen in 30 minutes' time. So enjoy your break, and we will reconvene in 30 minutes for the last but one session. Thank you so much. Lagoon for VCs, main restaurants for VIPs, and the rest of us will have our coffee break right here. Thank you. Merci. Lagoon Bar for the VCs, please. Lagoon Bar for the VCs, main restaurant for the VIPs, and the rest of us will be here. Thank you. Subject matter experts, please send your presentations to our people at the back, to the audiovisual team at the back of this room. If you are a subject matter expert in the various fields that we are dealing with, health, agriculture, mining, urban transport, ICT, education, water, energy and environment, please send your presentations to our audiovisual team at the back of this hall. Thank you. reporting back on sectoral breakout sessions. Hope you had a good break. We start in 5 minutes. Thank you.
With you. Good morning. May I ask my fellow colleagues, subject matter experts who will be presenting, to join me on stage. So I would like to call Professor Michel Nisrienko for health, Professor Luis Mira da Silva, Xavier Michel, Professor Chuck Daniels, Professor Gikiri Tuo, Dr. Dimitris Noukakis, no, Dimitris Prof. Excellent. And our colleague, Prof. Jean GP, let's call it like that, Van der Weer. So we miss energy and environment. Joseph Mutale, Prof. Joseph, the young man. Welcome on board. They will bring one chair. They will bring one chair. Okay. Don't worry. They'll bring in one chair. Okay. So you have the white chair. Okay, so today we will be discussing the highlights of the breakout sessions that took place yesterday afternoon along, I would say, critical lines that we discussed with the different centers. So the presentation will be done by theme, exactly as we used to do for the last 5 years. But presenting health separately and presenting mining, transport, energy, and water, that does not mean that there is no link between these, I would say, subjects. Okay? This is just for as a matter of presentation, ease of presentation. But of course, interdisciplinary is something which is absolutely important. So I will start with the health session, health topic. Michel, the floor is yours. Just give us somehow in 4 minutes the key highlights and the key points that you have discussed yesterday in your session. Michel?
Okay. Thank you, Alassane, and good morning to all. I would have to say from the health session, what a 10 years. We have 21 successful health ACEs in Western, Central, Eastern, and Southern Africa that are all tackling the challenges that are relevant to the continent, but the world. And it's really clear that from the novel ideas that you all had 5 or 10 years ago, you were asked to make plans, dream big, and big did you dream. We have vaccine targets, we have drugs, we have diagnostics, new scientific knowledge, we have nurses, midwives, and physicians with tools to take better care of patients. We've mastered the roles as educators, researchers, problem solvers, entrepreneurs, policymakers, and innovators. As educators, you have new ways of learning, creative collaboration with industry for internships, seed grants for your students, fellowships to expand the knowledge. You're having your students represent you at conferences. You're doing outreach activities into your communities, creating a pipeline for science. As researchers, this is science at the highest level. There's been new knowledge and discoveries. The Ghana Genome Project, 10 years ago, who would have thought? You've published in the world's best journals, Science, Nature, New England Journal. You've earned over $100 million in grant money coming into the health ACEs. As problem solvers, every ACE team has worked together, solving problems, creating new fields, genomics, environmental health, forensics, things that did not exist to fill gaps in the environment and the sector. As policymakers, you're changing the way healthcare is delivered. You're advising regulatory boards. You're changing WHO policy in record time. As entrepreneurs, you have new drugs on the market, products for health and wellness, diagnostics. You're commercializing your services and your expertise. As innovators, ACE 10 is taking all that's been developed and learned and leveraging it for its future. Health ACEs, as Prof. Awandari said, cannot accept the status quo, and you must be bold. Bold is sustainability. It's products, data platforms, technical assistance, commercialized services, infrastructure, and asset leveraging, which you're all doing. Bold is ownership. The universities need to engage their ACEs. ACE centers have negotiated with their universities, some successfully for annual budgets, for tuition sharing. And to all the vice chancellors in the room, the ACEs are an asset to your university and need to be owned by the university. Bold is institutionalization. It's ensuring that you have succession plans. I applaud the center leaders who've already handed over their centers to the next leader and the next leader. A center is not one man or woman's product. It's an environment. It's a community within the university. Bold is networking. Enhance your visibility. Promote yourselves. No one else is going to do it. You never know who you might get into an elevator with. Just ask Giannis. Bold is scaling up. You're all effective in your university environments and your local environments, but we need to reach the sector throughout the continent and throughout the world. For the first time in 10 years, we had the World Bank Health Practice team in the same room with the education sector team to ask the tough questions, so what? For each of your centers, your so what is clear. You have huge impacts in your local environments, and now is the time for true ACE impact to take it to the continent and to the globe. And so I challenge you all to look towards the future and keep your momentum up as high as it's been over the last 10 years.
Hi, right. Thank you. Thank you, Michel. Next will be Prof. Luis Mira da Silva for the agriculture session. Luis?
Good morning. It will be difficult to do that speech after Michel because it was. I'll try to focus on the specific points and try not to repeat.
Please.
So let's try to, because otherwise it will be like repeating the same challenges and achievements. So if I can focus, our session was really participative and very interesting. We raised a lot of issues that have evolved during these 5 years. But maybe I would like to emphasize two specific achievements that have been raised. The first one is on partnerships. There was a lot of emphasis on the need to develop strong partnerships at all levels, at a local level, national level, regional level, international level, and this is somehow the basis for many of the achievements that have been that the centers have achieved. The other thing is that was mentioned that is not like maybe not very objective, but is also a very strong basis for everything, is to have a supportive environment for the staff and the students. So to make sure that there is training, there is mentoring, and the centers are building research and academic leaders throughout this support. So in terms of, sorry? High technology. Oops. Okay.
Yeah, some technical issue. But
at least I don't have a presentation, but
go ahead.
It's here. Then coming to challenges. On the challenge, I will also try to focus on one or two specific points. And there were 2 points that I think were not mentioned maybe in previous discussions as well. One is the challenge to retain talent. So it's hard to retain the best talent within the centers, and this is somehow the basis also for sustainability. So this was a point that was raised, and I think it's something new from previous discussions that we had among our centers. And then the other discussion that we had was on technology transfer and on the need to have research with impact and to focus on real problems so that the centers can develop research and transfer technology, solving real needs from the, let's say, the private sector or society. So the need to focus and to have this. And now, finally, to try to keep my time on sustainability. There, of course, there is, we discussed these times of uncertainty and how can we cope with this uncertainty and how will it be possible to maintain the activities of the centers and even to accelerate the curve. And two of the answers that were raised, one is to develop more links and better links with the private sector. So throughout the third vector of the university, not only academic and research, but technology transfer. And the second one was on, again, on looking at impact, and the term that was used was return on investment. So look at research, look at technology transfer, and try to understand the return on investment on what the centers are doing in terms of not only academic research, but also technology transfer.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Luis. Thank you. Voilà, voilà. Donc nous passons maintenant à la session dédiée au mining session. Et donc j'ai le plaisir de demander à Xavier, mon collègue Xavier Michel, de bien vouloir nous faire un compte rendu des points de la discussion d'hier en session. Xavier?
Bien, alors je suis l'interprète de 5 projets centres d'excellence des mines, gaz et pétrole de Côte d'Ivoire, Niger, Guinée, Zambie et Mozambique. Alors ces 5 projets ont été unanimes pour souligner que le projet S a été un remarquable outil de refondation de leurs activités d'enseignement supérieur et de recherche dans une logique de qualité. Alors, pour eux, S-Impact, ça a d'abord été un appel à l'ambition. L'excellence a des exigences et il faut y répondre. Exigence de qualité de la formation de la licence jusqu'au doctorat, professionnalisation de la formation et insertion professionnelle, rayonnement régional, montée en gamme des publications pour atteindre des revues internationalement reconnues, impact sur la société et ses entreprises, développement de l'entrepreneuriat, un enjeu d'ambition qui impose de l'ouverture et beaucoup de rupture avec les habitudes. Le projet S a été aussi une focalisation sur le concret, la réalisation concrète. Parler, c'est bien, agir, c'est mieux. Et nous avons évoqué le sujet des célèbres DLI, les décaissements sur résultats qui ont fait tant souffrir les centres, mais qui en même temps se sont révélés importants, clés même, pour conduire une transformation, parce que le centre d'excellence, les DLI, comprenaient des objectifs transformants. Et sans tous les citer, les 5 centres mines, gaz et pétrole ont insisté sur l'objectif d'accréditation, accréditation internationale, qui a vraiment été vécue par les centres comme, à la fois comme une reconnaissance de leur transformation, une reconnaissance par la communauté académique internationale, mais aussi comme le premier pas d'une démarche durable vers une qualité sans cesse améliorée. Deuxième point que les centres ont souligné, c'est l'importance de la mise en place d'une plateforme de recherche qui a permis aux centres de monter en gamme dans leurs activités scientifiques, qu'elles soient de recherche évidemment, mais aussi d'enseignement, et qui s'avère aujourd'hui un outil essentiel de partenariat avec les entreprises, allant même jusqu'à la génération de revenus. Alors, ça a été aussi un outil d'ouverture à l'écosystème auquel les centres d'excellence doivent contribuer. Ouverture vers l'entreprise, dans tous les domaines d'activité des centres, depuis la conception des programmes jusqu'à la fourniture de prestations de formation, d'études ou de recherche. Le projet Centre d'excellence a été aussi un projet d'ouverture vers la société civile. Et ça, c'était particulièrement marqué au titre de la thématique environnement qui caractérisait tous ces centres et qui les ont amenés à entrer en relation avec les différentes communautés qui vivaient autour des mines, à analyser et à accompagner les conséquences des activités minières sur ces communautés. Aujourd'hui, le grand défi des 5 centres, je pense de tous, c'est celui de la pérennisation. Et part de cette pérennisation, c'est certainement celui de la génération de revenus. Et nous avons tous constaté que aucun des centres ne se sent aujourd'hui complètement prêt à passer de cette période où ils ont bénéficié d'un financement généreux de la Banque mondiale et de l'Agence française du développement, pour revenir au niveau du financement précédent les centres d'excellence.
Okay, so we'll need to...
Je conclus. Et donc, leurs centres veulent encore développer leurs prestations avec les entreprises, mais ils constatent aussi qu'ils ont un héritage du centre d'excellence, c'est le savoir-faire d'avoir conduit un projet international ambitieux financé par un bailleur international. Et ça, c'est un levier qui est majeur pour continuer à progresser et générer des revenus. Et voilà, j'ai terminé.
Excellent, merci beaucoup. Merci Xavier. Merci pour ce compte-rendu. Merci. Excellent. Nous passons donc à la session dédiée au transport, au développement urbain durable. Et là, j'ai le plaisir de passer la parole au professeur Chucks Daniels pour nous faire un petit compte-rendu de la session d'hier après-midi. Chucks.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Thank you for my colleagues who have already covered some of the points, so we will not be repeating them. Okay, yeah, we have a slide there. Okay. We didn't see slides for the other ones, so nice to have the presentation. We had you can go to the next slide, thank you. The session was moderated between me and Prof. Alassane, who was also chairing this breakout session. You can see the team that were with us yesterday. We had very fruitful discussions. 1.5 hours later, we were still trying to close. We're not going anywhere. The team was very vibrant. From Ethiopia, from Ghana, obviously our host here, but also Kenya, and Lome. So that was a very impressive discussions we had. We structured our discussion around 4 or 5 points, which were part of the day. So if we go to the next slide. So we looked at students and faculty development, and a key point that came out that emerged from the discussion was the importance of the centers being understood as part of the institution, part of the universities, not just as cost centers or cash cows, but really understanding the role that they call a component of the university. But also we looked at the need to attract more regional, but also international students. There was discussion around whether regional students constitute international students as well, but that took a lot of discussion. And then part of the success, these are part of the reasons why the centers we discussed were successful and what they've learned over the years, but also what to take forward. There was a lot of discussion around review, curriculum review, continuous assessment, continuous improvement. Again, if we come back that this is an excellence idea, the key word for us is excellence. So how do you continue to ensure that your curriculum, the institution, everything you do bear the kite mark of excellence? So regular reviews were discussed around that. An example is just using the 360 approach, but also accreditation should be norm, it will be regular. We know a few years ago when we were discussing accreditation, there wasn't so much uptake, but now it's becoming really, really well adopted. And then there was infrastructure, as we mentioned, right from health as well. We can see the importance of infrastructure came out quite strongly in the engineering, but also urban and transport area. Faculty development was key. We've heard around partnerships. Partnership. We have another slide on partnership, really to emphasize, again, going forward, what has enabled the centers to be successful, but also going forward, it should be around partnership. My slide has jumped. It's okay, so I'll just continue here. Then, okay, it's back now. And on the last one, just to look at that, partnerships, again, is connected to engagement. What do you need? What do you need to engage? How were these centers successful? We heard around fundraising, how much has been raised, 100 million, or also more than that. We can go to the next slide, just so we keep the time. And so here we look at how do you, translating research to impact, but also research to policy. What do you need? What happened? What have these centers done well? What have they learned over the years? And what should we take forward in terms of relevance to industry, but also to policy? So we looked at the areas. Examples were provided. We've just given 2 examples here. You can see how the research has been the research that tripled the structural strength of materials, a lot of patents and ideas coming out. So the idea really being looking at relevance, importance of research that addresses specific development challenges. That is how we focus on development impact. The other key word we also emphasized yesterday is the development impact for the ones going. And then co-creation, again, it's been mentioned, the need to work with industry, actors, and academia, again, quite strongly. And then research needs to be up to date, needs to be relevant, to make impact. They need to be up to date, but also there's a lot of discussions around what we should focus on international journal, but also support our African journals to grow. We won't go into that much, but that came out quite extensively. We looked at the point of training, and then the last key point here, just to touch on it, was the need for science to policy, because we focus a lot on industry, but really how do you ensure that science actually informs policy? We gave example of a decision-making aspects here, and the need for national research foundations. Many of our countries, institutions still don't have dedicated funding for research. So an infrastructure that'll be very good for impact, if we're going to see the level of impact we are. And the last slide, just one more slide to go. So here again, we summarize with this one, as we have here, there was a lot of discussion that for us, again, to be impact and to look at sustainability. So you see here we combine partnership and sustainability. The link was so strong yesterday from all the discussions we're having. So we need to have good equipment. We're in engineering, but also transport, so high-level equipment and lab, we talked about that. The industry partnership that helps us target, but also set up research chairs, industry chairs, policy labs was a key part of the discussion. I've talked around funding. We won't go into that anymore. So alumni networks, how to use that and exploit that in terms of, again, funding, but also partnership and return on investment into the centers, but also looking at endowment fund for those who have said the alumni are very strong on that. There was discussion on fees. We all know what fees are, but the key point was this is inhibiting, becoming a barrier to some institutions if the fees were too high for international actors. The last one, we all know, so again, integrating, I've mentioned that, integrating our centers as part of the university systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Janet. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now we are going to the ICT session with Professor Gikiri. So please tell us the key highlights of the session that took place yesterday. Yekiri?
Yes, all right, good. Oh, great, yes. So we did the ICT session, and it was moderated between me and Aminata Gaba. And one of the things that we did, our presentations opened up with Ms. Yana Kanikova. She's the World Bank Digital Development Practice Manager for Western and Central Africa. And then after that, we went to the centers. We had so many centers. Unlike Sharks, they stayed for one and a half hour late, as we went for like 2.5 hours. So we had advancing research from ACE, this is ACE from AC2, Internet of Things from Rwanda, then translating research into industry and policy impact from CISMIA, coming from Benin. Then we had partnership actually we had 2 for partnership, from MITIC, coming from Senegal, and then CAPIC from Nigeria. Then after that, we had student and faculty development coming from the data sciences, Rwanda, and then sustainability, which was presented by OCPAC. And then we also had another presentation on innovation from KEEP coming from Ghana. Next slide, please. Pretty much we can summarize all other. I just took 2 pictures, one from AC2 and the other one from AC Impact. That summarizes, some of the things that student and faculty development and advancing research presentation, talked about. Here you can see where we are the ICT people, so you can see our student, faculty going to the space while they are still on Earth. Those are some of the faculty development that we talked about. And then we have advancing research in so many ways. For example, there's monitoring of diseases and stuff like that. And then after that, then you take them to the labs. Those are the labs that we have. Next, please. The other picture is talking about, some of the infrastructures that, those ACEs do have. In this building right here, you can see something that was translated. Even the World Bank discussant was very, very impressed. Within 10 years, within 5 years, we have structures like those. In this structure, you have people who are living there, who are doing research. You can withdraw money from the internet over there and continue on. Now, this one was translating research into industry and policy impact, and then partnership, sustainability, and innovation. Next slide, please. So, what were the key achievements that we discussed, okay? So some of the key achievements that we picked up, there were so many of them. We were in the room for a long time. So increased number of graduates, students, masters, and PhD. But now we really did not want to just give statistics. We don't want to talk about output. We don't want to say, we produce 100 PhDs and stuff like that. We wanted to talk about now the outcome. In other words, out of those PhDs that you have, what are they doing? So some of them are, the centers produced, became faculty members, researchers, and mentors.
Would you please complete in 1 minute? We are running out of time.
Yes.
Thank you.
Then we had short courses. Outcomes are sector partnership, revenue generation, research publication, international. Those are outcomes now. International accreditation, grants, manpower, creation of labs. Here we talked about AI, Internet of Things, data science, and then the next thing that is coming after AI, which is quantum. Outcomes, spin-offs, startups, innovation and entrepreneurship activities. We have grants, startups, intellectual property. And this one we're going to talk a little bit about because it's also a challenge. Partnership with, academy, industry, like the ones that we had with DSTN. So the outcome there is shared equipment because we can't be able to buy all those equipment, so the centers can share equipment.
Sorry, we will have to
and grants.
We will have to conclude.
Yes.
Are we running after time?
So just to...
Will you please complete?
Okay. Challenges that we encountered. Limited number of qualified staff for PhD supervision and junior faculty membership, procurement of equipment, language barriers for students, high cost of regional and international students, some of those were talked about, and then intellectual property in startups, patents, copyright, etc. This one was a very hard one to crack down, but there were some centers who are learning from what they made mistakes before, where they connected with the industry. Most of their money was gone, but now they learned out of that.
So thank you.
Yes.
We're running really after the time. So what I would propose is that this presentation will be made available to people that would be interested to go into that. Thank you, Gikri. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Voilà, merci. Donc maintenant, on passe à la session qui était dédiée à l'éducation. Pour cela, je pense que nous avons notre collègue homme. Please. Je vais échapper en vent fou. C'est mieux ici.
Good morning, all of you. I'll just briefly take you through what we did in the education session. Our interest was mostly, here you are, so I won't be talking, you can see what is there. Our interest mostly on looking at not just DLIs, but achievements in general and concerns for the future. Slide 2. Yes, the most important thing was concerns of centers expressed how they have brought innovative pedagogy and showcased some of the achievements like, some of the achievements like the CICA, Lagos State University, and the new pedagogy, the CATLA of SNP. However, there are still challenges in getting all these pedagogies ingrained in the university's work, but it's going on well. It has been tested, and it has proved to be good innovative pedagogy displayed by the centers. Another issue was that of partnership, and on partnership, there were some very good examples of how centers are using partnership for academic partnership with other universities. One very interesting partnership was that of the private sector partnership of ASTEL, presented an excellent example of private sector engagement. A digital forensic laboratory course was developed in collaboration with a private sector engineer who offered his expertise pro bono. In fact, he is present in the meeting. And this initiative supported the creation of a previously non-existent academic area. Centers also expressed growing interest in transitioning to more online training to reduce the cost for students, and collaboration with other ACEs to enhance online teaching capabilities, and was proposed as an option. ASTEL was further commended for developing a state-of-art AI-powered proctored examination system, and for strengthening university-wide networking, thereby enhancing the university's public image at national level. Slide 3. Sustainability. All centers acknowledge the future sustainability challenges and expressed confidence in continuation of their work through alternative funding mechanism. However, they also express concern for higher education programs which might need more resources. And centers recognize the importance of maintaining a strong connection with alumni to track the progress, receive feedback, and enlist their support in courses, course improvement and innovation. And some concluding remarks. We discussed what makes a center excellent. This was important to highlight. Centers were encouraged to critically assess what sets them apart from the traditional university structures, what justifies the title Center of Excellence. They were urged to identify the exceptional nature of the curriculum design, how their processes and output served as a model within the wider university, and the innovation of their course content, and how the curriculum addressed contextual, emerging, and interdisciplinary needs. It became clear that many centers sit at the intersection of multiple disciplines, demonstrating the... Oh, sorry. All right, let's come to the... we also talked about partnership and research. More important was that we highlighted the importance of research. Centers should develop research partnership, join international research communities, and aim to elevate their students to the at par with new global counterparts. And a model for Center of Excellence, the last thing that we discussed. Centers were encouraged to study global literature on the role of and the structure of Center of Excellence, and to devise their own working models. A true Center of Excellence should be defined by the quality and relevance of the research, the leadership in postgraduate education, excellence and innovation in teaching, and strong industry engagement and measurable community impact. And of course, we congratulate the centers, and the expert will stay in touch if there is a need for any support to centers, even now onwards.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Voilà, très bien. Nous passons à la session qui était dédiée à l'eau. Et cette session qui était, modérée par Jean-Pierre Van de Var. Jean-Pierre, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alassane. Can we get the slides? Yes, thank you. Okay, just before to start, I want to clarify something, that although we are the water group, we have no responsibility at all in the weather in Accra this morning, right? Okay. We had, as you see in the previous slide, we had 6 centers plus 6 centers from ACE Impact plus 2 from East Africa joining the group, and the session was led with my colleague Matthias from environment expert and myself. We started the discussion with outcomes from the previous workshop in Mauritius, and as you can see, it is very encouraging that some activities have started from this discussion we had in Mauritius within West and East African and European centers. We had the network Water for All joining our group at this stage. So we can go to the next slides. We had discussion about how to make research more impactful. Yes, all centers had this objective to align their research with national priorities. All centers need to progress in making the results available and understandable to policymakers. Not all research is focused on Scopus publications, but must be understandable by policymakers. There was a discussion about short courses as a good mean to enlarge the scope of the research and achieve finally a holistic vision of the water research. Next slide. Partnership and networks were discussed. All your centers have pluridisciplinarity vision, but it is probably especially true for water, as water is so much related with health, with agriculture, with energy, just to name a few. So this was a discussion about a nexus vision, as there is a One Health vision. We can go to a vision as one water vision connected to all these other disciplines. However, those networks have no administrative existence or juridical existence, so there is a need to plan the financial scheme to make these networks exist, especially concerning intellectual property, and this has to be well defined from the beginning with rules that everyone is agreeing upon. Industrial partners must, of course, be part of those networks. Next slide, please. That will be the last one. The key issue, of course, as for all themes, is sustainability. We focused on the fact that water centers have now achieved a level of excellence that it is absolutely necessary to maintain. And this can only be achieved if you have a vision for a desirable future. In other words, achieving this sustainability is not staying at the same place. It's just continue walking in a direction that can achieve these objectives. And here you can see with me a list of different ways to achieve, including financially, this sustainability objective. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jean-Pierre. Thank you for these very much interesting insights into what the water-related centers have done during this 5 years journey. Now, the next presenter for this session will be Prof. Joseph Mutale, who will be discussing the highlights of the energy and environment session. Joseph?
Thank you very much, everyone. The advantage of speaking last is that I don't have to repeat what has been said. So thank you very much for that. Just to preface what I'm going to say by just reminding us how critical energy is to everything that we're doing in terms of development. And in this project, we had 9 centers that were devoted to energy environment. And I am following the same format that everybody else has followed, and that is to look at initially what are the achievements in area of student and faculty development. I'm not going to repeat what has been said, but I'm just going to emphasize that a lot of achievements have been achieved here, and we're all very proud of what has been done. And the next one, which is the area of advancing research, we heard that, in fact, a lot of the centers have managed to build their development in terms of research significantly. They've been able to subscribe to journals that support development, such as Scopus, Science Direct, and so on. And this has ramped up their publications quite a lot. The next one is on industry and policy impact. And in this area, there's been a lot of alignment between industry and the research that has been done, and this has been emphasized quite a lot. But what I would like to focus on, because this is really the end of the project, I hope that there'll be some next steps that will be undertaken. But let me focus on that aspect, because this is what is absolutely critical. In terms of the successes, it is really gratifying to see that most of the centers have managed to actually establish links between academia, industry, local as well as international, including, indeed, creating networks within themselves where they'll be able to continue that collaboration. So that is absolutely important. But it is also important to highlight some of the challenges that remain. Can move to the last slide, please, Thank you. So some of the challenges that remain is that we still need to ensure that we institutionalize these centers. We must absolutely avoid in the future to have these centers subsumed into the universities and lose focus. So that's something that has to be emphasized. In terms of the recommendations, it is, again, really to further strengthen these links between the centers and local industry, international industry, and academia. It also is important, and just to repeat what has been said before, to look at creating innovation hubs within these centers, and also to ensure that there's proper alignment between the work that's being done in terms of research in the centers and the industry in which they are operating, not only within our own countries, but also across Africa. So I would like to stop there, and if you need more details, you can have a look at the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. Just in time. Thank you. Thank you. Now, thank you, colleagues. Now I would like to use a couple of minutes, even a little bit more, to raise some questions I have received. Some of these questions, they were discussed by some of the experts. But I wanted just that we come back to those three questions. The first one is the interdisciplinarity, which is the need. One of the colleagues talked about the nexus, one water, one health, one agriculture. That first question, how do you see that interdisciplinarity looking forward in the curriculum design and in the research topics? That is the first question. The second one, which is related to the availability of funds. What we would like to see, what everybody would like to see, but this is a question I have received, to see in the national budgets of African countries a line which is dedicated to research. Not a line just dedicated to higher education and research, but a dedicated budget line for research. So this is the second question. How do you see that implemented? The third one is related to what we say data-driven policy making. Of course, we have centers of excellence. They did a very good job. We saw it. So how could we use that job, in fact, to push for data-driven policy making into the continent? That is the third question. So who is volunteering for each question? The floor is yours.
I volunteer for question one.
Interdisciplinarity.
Interdisciplinarity. We tend to wall ourselves off. You know, the university structures create the College of Engineering, the College of Health Sciences. It's difficult for students to cross-register. The curriculum doesn't integrate. And so I think the ability to break down our barriers at the university level puts students out into the workforce who can work across sectors and build bridges. And I think it starts at home within the university.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. You would like to add, please?
No, I won't. I will try to attempt the second one,
Okay.
which is to do with really providing budget line for research. One of the challenges that I see we face across Africa is the underinvestment in education across the board, including in research. I think it's time that national governments really focused on education as a whole, but on research in particular, to begin to believe in research. And this touches, in some sense, to the third one, which is this issue of having policy-driven or data-driven policy making. This is important, but it can only be realized if we actually invest in research by providing budget lines for this that are related to, hopefully, our GDP growth. At the moment, we're lacking significantly in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Joseph. Jean-Pierre?
Yeah, thank you. I would add maybe a quick word about pluridisciplinarity that most of you know that I'm very fond of. It's always easier to network with people having the same language as you and the same kind of activity. That's easy. It's another step to be able to discuss with people that do not have exactly the same background and exactly the same vocabulary. And I would suggest that some funding for students' mobility, students supervising would be focused on projects having at least 2 disciplines involved.
Thank you. This is very important. Yes, Gekri?
Yeah, I think I wanted to jump into interdisciplinary, and especially that one just comes automatically with ICT. In this age, almost everything, in the next 10 years, everything will be so much involved with AI. After that, there's going to be quantum, coming up. So interdisciplinary, I guess in our area we say, if you don't get into it, you might perish. So certainly there has to be, awareness of that. We were talking in our centers that we can, contribute to each and every center, talk about health with ICT, talk about energy with ICT, talk about transportation, engineering, all of those. So interdisciplinary is key, especially in our area. And so, if we can get funding, more funding given over there, just like JP said, especially with the students, that would be wonderful.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Gikri. Yes.
Yeah, the issue of interdisciplinarity, I think this has been faced also by the education centers, where engineering and education being coupled together, and there has not been enough understanding from the engineering section on this type of interdisciplinarity. But I think there is need to get universities as a whole to understand how interdisciplinarity can help in different domains and not necessarily to be sheltered in one particular area. And this has been tried. We are still trying, and I hope it succeeds because it has got a lot to gain by taking this interdisciplinary approach to education now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Xavier?
Yeah, just a short note on funding, because I think the challenges ahead are big. And I think there are three changes. One is from multilateral to bilateral. The second one is on program funding to project funding. And along with these two, I think it's extremely important to strengthen the relationships, the partnerships, because there is funding available, but I think most of the funding will be project-based. So, so we have to look at that as well.
Excellent. Jux? Or, yeah, Xavier, please.
Oui, je voudrais dire un mot très limité sur ta troisième question, comment faire en sorte que les centres aient un impact sur la politique publique. Et je voudrais très simplement témoigner de quelques exemples que j'ai vus dans le domaine des mines, où les mines les centres miniers font actuellement un travail sur l'environnement, les conséquences des mines sur leur communauté locale. Et dans ce cadre-là, je ne dirais pas qu'ils sont allés jusqu'à faire des préconisations politiques, je pense que ça serait un peu exagéré, mais très certainement, ils agissent en permanence vers les communautés locales pour leur faire prendre conscience des réalités et des risques qu'il y a en matière minière. Ils sont en contact avec les entreprises et certaines entreprises se sont engagées à leur suite à pallier et à prévenir les conséquences des impacts des dégradations entraînées par les mines. Et bien évidemment, il y a, pas forcément des évolutions réglementaires, mais il y a aussi prise de conscience au niveau du gouvernement du fait que le déploiement des mines doit se faire dans un contexte de plus en plus encadré. Donc, je pense qu'il y a déjà des réalités qui sont prises en compte de fait et je prends les mines comme exemple, mais je suis bien certain que d'autres centres d'excellence dans d'autres domaines ont produit des actions du même ordre.
Merci, merci, merci Xavier. Merci beaucoup. Nous avons le temps pour une question venant du public. So we have time for a question from the audience to our experts here. Volunteer for a question? Can we have the mic there, please?
I'm Beatrice Muganda Inyangala, the PS for Higher Education and Research. Mine is not a question, but a comment. I've had a lot of conversation about raising more money from government. And we know that African governments are really constrained. So my challenge to the researchers here, we are looking up to you to give us the solutions. So really be very innovative in this space. And our hope is that you can move to commercialize these research findings so that we diversify the funding stream and look more outward rather than more inward towards the exchequer. Otherwise, thank you for the brilliant conversation and all the big ideas.
Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Voilà, donc nous arrivons à la fin de cette session plénière qui était consacrée à la restitution des discussions qui ont eu lieu hier après-midi dans les différentes sessions, et à la suite aussi des discussions qu'on a eues ici sur les 3 points sur lesquels des questions ont été reçues, tout ce qui est le financement de la recherche de la part du gouvernement africain, mais aussi l'utilisation des données dans tout ce qui est politique publique, l'impact en fait des recherches menées dans ces centres-là sur la politique publique, et la question de l'interdisciplinarité, qui n'est plus d'ailleurs une question de mode, mais une nécessité. Et je crois que les collègues ont mis en avant ce qui a été discuté dans beaucoup de sessions, comme le One Health, One Agriculture, One Water, qui veut dire aussi que l'interdisciplinarité, c'est quelque chose qui est incontournable. On ne peut pas faire sans. Alors, pour finir, je voudrais quand même remercier au nom de mes collègues experts la Banque mondiale, l'Association des universités africaines, les divers gouvernements, agences de développement, les réseaux internationaux aussi, académiques ou industriels, qui nous ont accompagnés dans ce voyage-ci. Et je voudrais aussi rendre un hommage à un de nos collègues qui nous a quittés l'année passée, Nasser, qui nous manque. So, this is a fantastic journey. This is not the end of the story. And this fantastic journey somehow is paving the way to the next leg. And the next leg is simply defined as sustaining and scaling up what you have done, the excellence that you have done. Yes, the Project ACE was about DLIs, indicators, numbers, disbursement, fact sheets, monitoring and evaluation, deadlines. Okay, but it was also governments, ministries, agencies, university vice chancellors, center leaders, students, PhD students, and even Mama Aida, who was selling outside the center building tuna sandwiches and peanuts, was part of the game. The gardeners, the mechanics, the check motorcycle driver who saw a new market because they are new students, their families. So it is not just a community, it's an entire ecosystem. And that ecosystem must live and must continue. There is no way back. We have to sustain and scale up. So I think that we can be ambitious saying that what we have, you have realized, we can probably multiply tenfold in the next decade. That would be a nice objective, isn't it? And for sure, this will help in one thing, one vision, reversing the flows. When we talk about reversing the flows for the next decade, we have 2 strengths, a game changers and leadership talent pools, those that can really help decision-making in this continent. Pools, rich pools. And the second one, a positive balance between the number of young African scientists who are studying and researching in this continent, and the number going out of this continent for whatever reason, research or study. And I think that this is an ambition which can be realized at least tenfold in the next decade. So thank you very much. And on behalf of my colleague experts, I really wanted to thank you for your engagement, involvement, and just your friendship. Thank you so much and all the best. Thank you. Yanis, Dimitris, Hyland, would like to have you on stage, please.
Please confirm that they are smiling for the photo. One more. Okay, thank you very much. And that session was expertly moderated by Professor Alassane Ndiaye. Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much. We are going swiftly into the final plenary and closing ceremony for this three-day event. Just a quick announcement on those of you whose flight schedules have changed. We would like you to go to the confirmation email and update your flight details by visiting the registration link, okay? Please remember to update the hotels to facilitate your airport transfer. Second announcement, for those of you who did not register before Monday, this is the QR code. We would like you to point your phone towards it, your device towards it, and register for us. Thank you so much. And on that note, I move swiftly to our closing ceremony. We'll start with a closing reflection. It's my pleasure to welcome the Vice Chancellor of Benue State University in Nigeria, Professor Joe Lorapu. Let's welcome him as he comes up on the stage. I know you're tired, but the applause must be a bit richer. Thank you. We're almost done. We're almost done. Thank you. The speakers like to hear people clapping before they talk, so it works for them. Thank you. Yes, right here, sir. No problem, no problem, no problem. You rap. Fantastic. I've learned something.
Good afternoon. I have a very difficult task, and is to do a reflection on all that has been happening. But I think the last panelist just did all of that. So what I'll try to do is to give you a summary of a summarized version of all that we're trying to chew out of here. But very quickly, what is the MC? Why did you disappear to? Yeah. So very quickly, the reflection, because the other panelists have done justice to all that we've been trying to do here, I will try to speak very quickly to opening ceremony, for instance, where we had Professor Lushola Oyewole, who the SecGen of AU, who spoke to us. But I'd like to pick very quickly some of the key things he said. And of course, this is the journey that started since 2014. But he said something very fundamental. And he said, ACE is a true African solution to Africa's problems. I mean, it's the key statement that came from there. And he is looking at the future. In his presentation, he did say, the next decade envisions a globally recognized, that we recognize universities as hubs of excellence in the future. And this will strengthen partnerships and deepen regional networking. These are the conversations and the narratives that we've been hearing here. But I think very interesting was also the keynote speaker, Professor Nana Aba Apia Amfor, who gave us a whole lot of history and her story, if you like. Since we're talking about gender, maybe her story. Regarding our journey so far, and this was reported here. And she said very clearly, it's been a journey of learning. And she talked about ACE has been able to create centers that will serve as beacons of innovation, but also spaces for collaboration by African government, World Bank, and AFD. Of course, ACE is a working model for all of us in Africa. It helps postgraduate expansion, the statistics were given to us, and above all, increased in female researchers and scientists. Of course, the conversation yesterday helped us to debate and to speak about all of this. But she said something very profound regarding the way forward. She talked about partnership and collaboration. All of these we have emphasized today. She talked about the importance of attracting and retaining top-tier global researchers, and above all, support from African governments. We also had presentations from Dr. Sylvia, and she gave us a whole lot of statistics, and all of us are already aware that between 2014 and now, we've had over 7,650 PhDs. We've had over 90,000 students enrolled already for long-term and short-term programs, and over 30,000 master students, and of course, over 10,000 publications from all these exercises. And in each of these, we've been promoting and networking with one another. And of course, the issue of financial performance. Over 90% of all the ACEs have achieved this. Now, what are the lessons and good practices that we've had? We've been talking about contributing to regional excellence, contributing to influencing policy, and formulation of policy on organic farming, water policy, and energy. What about the good practices? The need for proactive policy formulation, and we had a case study from University of Rwanda. We talked about strategic benchmarking for accreditation, readiness, internationalization, and all of that. And of course, we focus on the challenges and the lessons. And one of them critically, and emphasized even today, is to talk about regional integration, quality assurance and relevance, research and innovation, student-related issues. But the recommendations all along, and when Sylvia spoke to us, a question was asked what she has learned, and she said she's learned to be adaptive, resilient, and strategic in dealing with complex issues. And I think that is the lesson for most vice chancellors, most center leaders, and all of those that have been involved with the ACE project. What were the recommendations from yesterday? We spoke about regional integration, the need to promote students' mobility. In many universities today, and this is very profound, even in my university, Benue State University, we have over 30,000 students from different African countries. And that's huge, and that's very interesting, and things that we should encourage all along. The need to streamline regional immigration, establish regional tuition that students will benefit, and of course, enhance language learning. We spoke about it today. Quality and relevance to accelerate accreditation and modernize effective learning, industry partnership. But very key yesterday, the vice chancellors met, and I think I'll go quickly to talk about all that happened from there. The vice chancellors met, and the presentations came from Mozambique, Uganda, Cote d'Ivoire, and Ethiopia. And we had very interesting requests, and which I would like to share here very quickly. So for the vice chancellors, the presentations, like I mentioned, came from Uganda, very robust, Mozambique, Cote d'Ivoire, Ethiopia, and the summary of all of that, considering that there were interventions from Nigeria and the Gambia and several other countries, the vice chancellors, based on the conversations that we had also today, I'll just go straight to the general observations and the cross-cutting themes that came up. One of them is data-driven decision-making. That was spoken about today emphatically. The second one was the issue of infrastructure development and revenue generation, especially as this ACE impact comes to a closure. The third one was on curriculum reform and skills relevance. These two have been spoken about today extensively. The fourth was the issue of internationalization and mobility. And of course, the fifth was sustainability and institutional ownership, all of this. And the sixth was student scholarship and enrollment trends. And number 7, we're talking about policy recommendations. And I need to read this. Vice Chancellors called for the establishment of national regional policies that institutionalize ACEs beyond donor agency timelines, ensure sustainable staff development and retention, foster inter-ACE collaboration across Africa, secure diversified and long-term financing for ACE scholarships and infrastructure. In conclusion, for the Vice Chancellors, the roundtable at the ACE 10 celebration was a high-impact forum that highlighted the profound influence of ACE initiative on higher education transformation across Africa. The discussions revealed both the successes and the pressing challenges that must be addressed to ensure that ACEs continue to flourish post-donor funding. With ACE funding in West Africa scheduled to conclude in June 2025, the session underscored the critical need for universities to fully take ownership of the ACEs. It is imperative that institutions mobilize internal resources, secure national support, and forge strategic partnerships to sustain and scale the achievements of the ACEs. The roundtable concluded with a strong call to action for universities and ACEs to work together to position the centers as engines of institutional transformation, embedding their innovations, networks, and achievements into the very DNA of universities that we serve. And I'd like to conclude with a short story of some work that was done by development agencies in a community. I won't mention the country and I won't mention the name of the community. But this is a community that was suffering from snake bites, and members were going to the bush to do everything, you know what I mean. And they needed to construct VIP toilets for them to reduce the snake bites. And they constructed 20. After a few months, the development partners came around and discovered that, yes, 19 of the toilets were used. And snake bites, statistics showed that snake bite had reduced. So they rolled the drums and they celebrated that they had used 19 out of 20. But as the development partners were about to leave, an elderly woman stopped them and said, well, you have clapped and danced and we're happy that we don't have snake bites as much as we used to have. But you haven't told us why the 20th toilet has not been used. And they decided to go and check why the 20th toilet had not been used. When they opened it, they discovered that there were snakes there. So all the toilets all the snakes had run to the other toilet. And then the development partners had to sit back and start again. Yes, World Bank, thank you very much. 10 years is good enough, but we could still do better. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Nirapu, the VC for Benue State University. He's seated up there, but he's not alone because I'm going to bring up onto the stage to join him Professor Gaspar Banyankimbona, who is Executive Secretary, Inter-University Council for East Africa, Professor Olushola Oyewole, Secretary General, Association of African Universities. Please come up on the stage when you hear your name. Mr. Robert Taliesio, Division Director for Ghana, Sierra Leone, and Liberia, World Bank. We also have Dr. Kojo Apia, who is going to be up giving us our keynote address, Professor Ahmed Jinapo Abdullahi, Acting Director General, Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, and the Honorable Dr. Clement Apak, Deputy Minister for Education, Republic of Ghana. You have your names by your seats. Please come up for me. Thank you. Okay. With that, we have a couple of brief vote of thanks. The first will be delivered by Executive Secretary for the Inter-University Council for East Africa. Let's welcome Professor Gaspar Banyang Kimbona. Yes.
Thank you very much, moderator. Our chief guest, Dr. Clement Apak. Yes, the Deputy Minister of Education, Ghana. Thank you very much for hosting us for the last 3 days. Honorable ministers, permanent secretaries, principal secretaries, Secretary General, Director of Higher Education, State Secretary Higher Education, Professor Olusola, Association of African Universities, our partner. Thank you very much for hosting us. Our esteemed development partners, the World Bank, Agence Française de Développement, thank you very much for your support. Vice Chancellors, rectors here present, center leaders, chairperson and members of the regional steering committees, keynote speakers, researchers, innovators, center leaders, IUCA and Association of African Universities staff here present, the media fraternity, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, good afternoon. Am I right? Yes. Today, I wish to once again join my hands and voices to the many hands and voices that came in appreciation and reflection on the journey of the African Higher Education Center of Excellence successful initiative. The past 10 years have indeed been very transformative, innovation-packed, and full of excellence to give sense to the name of the initiative itself as Higher Education Center of Excellence. During the 3 days here in Accra, we have essentially reviewed performance of the African Higher Education Center of Excellence, taking stock of what was achieved and the challenges faced. We are all in agreement that by and large, the centers have lived up to the expectations. Together, we have advanced our skills and knowledge. As it is key in academia, we have made very critical publications, introduced innovations, and we have been more involved and contributed to the health sciences, agriculture, animal sciences, quality of teaching, and research, and in other priority areas of ACEs. You'll also agree with me that participating institutions and countries are now better in terms of quality, higher education delivery, staffing, internationalization, collaboration, and partnerships, and even infrastructure facilities than what was there the 10 last years. This progress is thanks to the World Bank visionary leadership, commitment from our government, and our esteemed universities and center leaders for embracing the intervention proposed for higher education and research. Our chief guest, interactions with various centers of excellence revealed that much has been achieved, but there is a but that there is still to be done to achieve the excellence expected of us, not only within our center of excellence, but in all our higher learning institutions, and we shall build up on the gains from the African Higher Education Centers of Excellence initiative to make sure that we protect what we have achieved and take it to scale as we move towards sustainability. Our chief guest, my role was only to express my gratitude. So I think I did not go beyond. I'm very appreciative to the World Bank for making African dream a reality. I also wish to thank our government through our honorable ministers here present, permanent principal secretaries, Secretary General, State Secretary, Higher Education. Thank you very much for your continued support in making the African Centers of Excellence initiative possible. Thank you very much. My gratitude extends to the Vice Chancellors, Regional Steering Committee members, keynote speakers, lecturers, innovators, researchers, and anyone who contributed to make sure that the undeniable success of our African Higher Education Centers of Excellence is achieved by closely working and supporting African Higher Education Centers of Excellence and universities to meticulously transform the idea of African Higher Education Centers of Excellence into tangible outputs and outcomes. My partner, our partner, our Association of African Universities, Inter-University Council for East Africa, your role is very much appreciated in making this today. As I conclude, Honorable Chief Guest, there is a growing call for another push of support, a beacon of hope for an initiative of similar nature. It is my sincere hope that those voices have been heard by our partners, the World Bank, Agence Française de Développement, and others, and our government. We look forward to exciting years ahead as we prepare to build on the achievement of the African Higher Education Center of Excellence and make the upcoming decade one of impact, of innovation, and excellence. Thank you very much.
And thank you to Professor Banyan Kimbona, Executive Secretary for the Inter-University Council for East Africa. Up next is Professor Olushola Oyewole, Secretary General, Association of African Universities, AAU.
The Deputy Minister of Education for Ghana, the Division Director for Ghana, Sierra Leone, and Liberia, at the World Bank, Mr. Robert Talesio, managers, directors, and representatives from the World Bank and the AFD present here today. Let me also recognize the head of education, African Union Commission, Mrs. Sophia Ashikpala, vice chancellors, center leaders, distinguished guests, partners, colleagues, ladies, and gentlemen. As we bring the curtain down on what has been an extraordinary celebration of African Higher Education Centers of Excellence, ACE program, allow me, on behalf of the Association of African Universities and the entire Regional Facilitation Unit, to express a deep appreciation to each one of you for being part of this historical milestone. Over the past 3 days, we have not only reflected on a decade of impact and achievements, but also reaffirmed our collective commitment to sustaining and scaling this progress. Our heartfelt thanks goes to the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Mahama, the World Bank Regional Vice President, Mr. Usman Diagana, and the Honorable Minister of Higher Education and Finance, those present with us today, and those who joined us earlier for their unwavering support and strong reaffirmation of the ACE vision. We extend our deepest appreciation to the government of Ghana through the Ministry of Education, our gracious host, for the warm hospitality and support that has made this celebration to be possible here in Ghana. We are very grateful, sir. Through our engaging plenaries, thought-provoking discussions, and the inspiring exhibitions, I was there and it was quite good. We have witnessed the tangible results of this bold initiative, from the establishment of world-class laboratories and cutting-edge research breakthroughs to the training of over 70,000 postgraduate students, the development of more than 200 academic programs, and the strengthening of meaningful partnership across institutions, sectors, and borders within Africa. These achievements have been made possible through the dedication of our valued partners, namely the government of the various participating countries, the World Bank, the Agents for Development, AFD. Your trust and partnership have been the fuel behind the success of this initiative. To our vice chancellors and university leadership, we recognize and deeply appreciate your stewardship in creating an enabling environment for research, innovation, and academic excellence. I'm also very happy at the recommendations of the Vice Chancellor's Roundtable that has just been presented this morning. I think that all institutions should look at that recommendation for us to move forward. To the ACE leaders, faculties, students, researchers, and administrative staff, you are the lifeline of this program. Your commitment, hard work, and innovation have produced the exceptional results we have proudly witnessed over this past decade. To our private sector and industry collaborators, your engagement is a powerful reminder that higher education must remain responsive to market demands, focused on employability, and rooted in relevance. To the media, we say thank you for amplifying our stories and making sure that the achievement of this program reach every corner of this continent and even beyond. And to the phenomenal team from the AAU and the IUCA, I extend my deepest gratitude for your tireless efforts in planning and executing such a memorable celebration as we have witnessed in these past 3 days. As a regional facilitation unit, the AAU remains fully committed to continuing its support through coordination, technical assistance, capacity building, and policy advocacy to ensure the sustainability and growth of the ACE program. Ladies and gentlemen, as Africa's apex continental higher education body, the AAU will continue to serve as a catalyst for regional cooperation, innovation, and transformation of higher education in Africa. Finally, to our esteemed participants, thank you for your energy and insightful contributions. Your presence really has enriched this event in immeasurable ways. Let me close with an African timeline proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Over the past decade, we have gone far because we have gone together. Let us continue this journey with greater unity, deeper collaboration, and a shared commitment to building resilient, relevant, and globally competitive universities for Africa. Permit me at this particular time to thank the media team that has covered this event in these past 3 days, the technical team, and those who served us in our various hotel rooms. We appreciate you. On my part, let me also especially appreciate the senior manager for ACE Impact Project in AU, Dr. Sylvia Nkadawire. We are very proud of you. Thank you very much, and your team. I'm also very grateful to all the staff of AU present here. They may not be sitting here, but I really appreciate your contributions and your commitment to AU and to the ACE project. We want to thank you all once again for being a part of this milestone celebration. But before I leave, let me also appreciate my brother here, Professor Jasper from IUCA. We are glad that we can work together. We wish you all safe travels and look forward to welcoming you all to the 16th AU General Conference in Rabat, Morocco from July 21 to 25. Please, Vice Chancellors, make sure you come. Don't come alone. Come with your Deputy Vice Chancellors. Come with your registrars. Come with your bosses. You will see a lot to learn in Morocco. We'll be looking forward to having you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Oyewole, for that really comprehensive expression of appreciation to all who've made this possible. Thank you once again. The Division Director for Ghana, Sierra Leone, and Liberia World Bank is our next speaker. Let's welcome Mr. Robert Taliesio.
Thank you very much. Honorable Dr. Clement Apak, Deputy Minister of Education of Ghana, Higher Education and Finance Ministers from across the continent, Ms. Ashipala, Head of Education at the AU, colleagues from AFD and other development partners, my panelists this afternoon, distinguished university vice chancellors and other academics, and members of industry and civil society, and leaders and representatives of the ACE, ladies and gentlemen. As we conclude the 10th anniversary celebration of the Africa Higher Education Centers of Excellence program, I feel really proud and grateful for all the work that you all have done together over the past 3 days, but more importantly, over the past 10 years. And this conference has provided us a really remarkable opportunity to reflect on this journey, which is quite singular and special. You know, we start many regional projects at the bank, and this one certainly is one of the ones that really impresses me as flourishing over time and space. And the achievements are rich. I'd like to extend our sincere thanks to His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama and the government of Ghana. The President's presence at the opening ceremony was a powerful testament to Ghana's unwavering commitment to excellence in higher education. We're really deeply grateful for his support and for hosting us here in Ghana this week. I'd also like to express my profound thanks to the Ministry of Education, the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, the Association of African Universities, and the Inter-University Council of East Africa. Your invaluable contributions and tireless efforts have made this celebration a resounding success, and your dedication has been pivotal in the success of this program as a whole. I'd also like to extend my sincere thanks to the university presidents and administrators, the dedicated center teams, the experts supporting the centers, and our invaluable industry and development partners, including AFD and, of course, my colleagues at the World Bank. I'd also like to thank our development partner representatives from JICA, the China Association of Higher Education, and DAAD for your participation in this event. The event has provided an invaluable opportunity for fruitful and enriching discussions on the possibilities that lie ahead of us. I'm sure you'll all recall the remarks during the opening plenary where the Honorable Minister of Education from Malawi referred to this as Afro-optimism, a tag that strongly reflects the energy and enthusiasm of this group. In the panel discussion on women in STEM leadership, our VCs and center leaders discussed initiatives such as gender-responsive budgeting and financing at higher education institutions, and mentorship programs that aim to increase for female participation in the STEM fields. And finally, we touched on the need to sustain our ACEs to propel and scale up their achievements in priority sectors, such as agriculture, where there is an increasing need for food and nutrition security amidst coastal and weather-related risks, and the health sector, advancing disease prevention and treatment, as well as pharmacology. These sectors are key to addressing development challenges and boosting the economic prosperity of the continent. As we look ahead, we must continue to invest in human capital development, particularly in fields such as energy, health, agriculture, ICT, and the environment. And as outlined in our regional education strategy for Western and Central Africa, the World Bank is committed to this effort to support tertiary education and enhance access to skills training. We believe this is essential for preparing the next generation to thrive in a rapidly evolving global economy, as my colleague just mentioned. The ACE program has laid a strong foundation for a knowledge-driven economy powered by African talent, research, and solutions. We must build on this foundation and continue empowering Africa's brightest minds to learn, lead, innovate, and drive the continent's transformation from within. Looking ahead, the World Bank remains deeply committed to equipping Africa's youth with the skills they need to thrive in the workforce of today and tomorrow. As engines of innovation, research, and higher-level training, the Africa Centers of Excellence are central to this mission. They not only produce skilled graduates, but they also strengthen ecosystems and drive job creation, entrepreneurship, and inclusive economic growth. As we move forward, the bank will continue to support programs that align education and training with labor market needs, ensuring that young people, including women and marginalized groups, are not left behind. Together with our partners, we will keep building pathways from learning to earning, unlocking the full potential of Africa's next generation. I'd like to conclude by expressing my heartfelt thanks and congratulations to each of you for your dedication and commitment to the ACE program. Together, we have achieved remarkable milestones, and together we will continue to drive excellence in higher education in Africa. Thanks very much.
Many thanks, Mr. Taliesio from the World Bank, for your expression of gratitude. Before our guest of honor speaks, we have a closing keynote address titled From Vision to Reality, Lessons, Challenges, and the Path Forward for African Higher Education. The presenter is Dr. Kojo Appiah. He's a technologist and engineering advisor in the global semiconductor industry and a co-founder and chairman of the African Network Incorporated. Let's welcome Dr. Kojo Appiah, our keynote speaker.
Okay, good afternoon. The Honorable Minister of Education couldn't join us today. Distinguished ministers and dignitaries, directors, the Acting Director General of the Ghana Tertiary Education, I think Professor Ahmed Jenapor Abdullahi, World Bank leadership, technical leads and staff, vice chancellors, fellow regional steering committee members, regional facilitation units, IUCA and AAU, ACE central leaders, researchers, students, and guests. In keeping with the traditional Ghanaian hospitality, I have to say Akwaba to you again. I know you might be on your way out of here But since I never got a chance to say Akwaba, let me take this opportunity to welcome you, Akwaba. It is my distinct pleasure and honor to address you on this surprisingly rainy day in Accra. We're happy for the rain because it gave us a break from the heat and humidity. But of course, we love the hot weather and we will not have it any other way. So let's enjoy the brief respite from the heat and humidity. Okay, so let me begin with a little self-introduction. The reason for this is to help provide some context to my perspective on the path forward for African higher education, which I will discuss shortly. I'll try not to take too much time. I have been a member of the Regional Steering Committee for ACE2 for quite a while. I think since inception, really, and I may be one of only 3 members from the inaugural team that are still here today. I think Professor Gulam and Professor Maponga are the only other 2 that are still with the program. I represent the private sector and perhaps the African diaspora perspective. I am proud of the contributions and guidance that the Regional Steering Committee has provided along the ACE2 journey. And I am particularly proud of the contributions, the leadership that I displayed in leading the selection and seeding of the first 4 incubation centers for ACE2. I am a technologist by training. My background is in material science and engineering and management of technology. And over the past 2 decades or so, I have been involved, I have experience in engineering advisory in the global semiconductor industry. I have also worn a few other hats by way of entrepreneurship in the solar PV and renewable energy space. And I have, and also continue, to join up with other associates in providing seed-level angel investment to a few African-led startups in the technology space. So, about a decade and a half ago, some colleagues of mine and I, together, we teamed up, African colleagues in Silicon Valley, California, in the San Francisco Bay Area, and we founded a nonprofit organization that was dedicated to fostering entrepreneurship among people of African descent. And the idea was to cultivate a strong and supportive ecosystem for the same. Again, I go through this brief bio, of course, partly to bore you just a bit, but of course, to also provide some context to my perspective. So, from vision to reality. On this milestone of the 10th anniversary of ACE, on behalf of the ACE community, I would like to thank the World Bank for conceiving the vision, the concept of the African Centers of Excellence for higher education. But I would also like to thank all of us, all ACE stakeholders and participants, for making the vision a reality today. We deserve pats on our collective backs. So please join me in giving yourself a pat on the back, but also a round of applause for all of us. So, over the past 2 days, we have enumerated the impressive accomplishments of the ACE programs. By any measure, whether you look at the number of PhD and master's degrees awarded, whether you look at the number of publications in peer-reviewed journals, whether you look at the increasing numbers of female participants towards gender equity, external revenue generated, hopefully towards financial sustainability, the number of accreditations, and a whole lot of other metrics. Any of these that you look at, these accomplishments are truly commendable. And it is fair to say that ACE, the African Centers of Excellence Initiative, has been a resounding success. I think we should be grateful. But let me say this. Just so our collective heads don't get too big, let's remember there's a lot to improve upon, and there's still a lot of work to do. Of course, there have been lessons and challenges along the way. I believe yesterday, Dr. Jude Sebuufu, the ACE2 coordinator, and Dr. Sylvia Mkandawiri, the senior project manager for ACE Impact, shared some of the challenges and lessons that we have encountered along the journey. So just to briefly mention some of these: regional integration issues, difficulties with securing international accreditation for some of the programs, inadequate university oversight systems, and the most pressing, the most concerning, in my opinion, the limited number of research and innovations that were successfully commercialized, the limited number of enterprises or companies that were formed out of ACE, and also the number of jobs created. That's been a challenge, and that is of grave concern, in my opinion. Nevertheless, there could be silver linings to these challenges, because what it does is that these same lessons and challenges can be reimagined as potential opportunities for improvement and to attain excellence. So that's another way to look at it. It's really a question of glass half full versus half empty. And so that is the lens through which we have to view these challenges. But now we come down to the most pressing issue. What should be the path forward for African higher education? At this epic 10-year milestone for the ACE initiative, that key question on the path forward for African higher education and the ACEs is really about finding our North Star, our true north, so to speak. How can we maximize the impacts of research and innovation outcomes for broad and sustainable socio-economic development of our continent, and in line with the African Union's Agenda 2063? So, going forward, it is my opinion that African higher education can and should focus research and innovation efforts towards solving the big and complex global development challenges, and with a particular emphasis on those problems with the potential to be more threatening to the continent of Africa and its people. So, some of these big, complex problems may be environmental challenges, such as the threat of climate change, which is probably the biggest challenge of our times and beyond, which has the potential negative outsized impact on the African continent in particular. Some of those challenges, as pertains to Africa, would be food security in the context of agriculture. Another of those challenges would be around global health issues, such as pandemics like COVID-19. Those are some of the pressing issues, the big and hairy, complex challenges that I think African higher education should focus research and innovation on. So I believe that we need big and innovative research ideas to solve big challenges. Our approach should be revolutionary instead of evolutionary. We need to leap instead of crawl. We have already learned how to crawl. Now we need to leap. African higher education can and should leverage research and innovation together with knowledge and skills development in cutting-edge technologies. Technologies such as synthetic biology, artificial intelligence, advanced materials, drones, robotics, quantum computing, blockchain, cloud computing. These are the so-called deep tech technologies. And so African higher education needs to leverage these to catalyze the exponential growth of innovation-driven entrepreneurship, private enterprise, companies, and job creation. The focus should be using innovation-driven work and effort to increase the level of entrepreneurship, private enterprise, creating companies, and creating jobs. Now, so to be clear, this is not to suggest that African higher education should de-emphasize scholarship. Not at all. Teaching, publishing, minting new graduates with advanced degrees, those will and should continue. After all, that is the essence of academia. It's embedded in the DNA of academia. However, the big ask here is that African higher education and the ACEs will need to focus on helping grow the private sector. The idea here has been that we are trying to create linkages with industry, linkages with the private sector. I think we need to start focus and looking at how African higher education can leverage our research outcomes, innovation, to actually catalyze the growth of the private sector, to create more companies and more jobs and more entrepreneurship. So the bottom line here is that effort of growing the private sector, of creating companies and creating jobs, should be an equal centerpiece for African higher education and not just a side table, as has been the case. A lot of times when we devise programs, we focus on publications and scholarship and what academia is good at. I think we may need to refocus and actually make the creation of more jobs, enterprise, an equal centerpiece, an equal focus of what we do. But then the big question is, how could we get there? How can we leverage innovation and research outcomes to the point where we realize the benefits, we realize the goal of creating innovation-driven companies and jobs? Well, the incubation centers have shown us a small glimpse of what could be possible for African higher education. But again, the truth remains that we are still very far away. There's a lot more that needs to be done to scale up the numbers of incubation centers by orders of magnitude. ACE2 did a great job incubating 4 centers that were funded. We need to increase this by orders of magnitude. We need to work to create more incubation centers, and we need to guide them through the journey of incubators to startups, to accelerators, to real enterprises and companies that generate impactful revenues and create millions of jobs for the continent. That is where I think we should focus. Of course, it would be imperative that we cultivate a strong and enabling ecosystem to support this growth. And what we have to do is to bring together all the necessary components, which would include policies and incentives, intellectual property frameworks, very important. Industry and private sector collaboration and partnerships, including collaborations with global industry and private sectors. We cannot always reinvent the wheel. We have to leverage what others have done. We need to look critically at assessment of markets. We need to bring business operators who can partner with academic institutions, academic researchers, and look at those ideas and look at which of those ideas can actually be successfully commercialized at scale. We need infrastructure, of course, but in my opinion, what we need most importantly is patient capital. So patient capital is a little different from venture capital in that it has a longer time horizon, right? It allows moonshot technologies. It gives them enough time to be realized. And so we always talk about funding, but we do really need to mobilize patient capital. So I believe that African higher education can lead the way. But this will need to be an all-hands-on-deck situation. We're going to need governments, we're going to need organizations such as the World Bank, we're going to need the private sector, and we're going to need all of us to contribute and play our roles in making this a reality. So, in conclusion, let me finish up with 3 numbers. 10,000, 100 million, and 10. African higher education should aim to catalyze the creation of 10,000 companies with an aggregate of 100 million jobs provided over the next 10 years. 10,000, 100 million, and 10. These are the coordinates that could guide us to our North Star of sustainable socio-economic development for the continent. Thank you very much for your time, and it's been a pleasure.
And thank you very much, Dr. Kojo Appiah, our keynote speaker, for a really inspirational address with lots of nuggets for us to chew on. Thank you once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our closing address will be delivered by the Honorable Deputy Minister of Education for the Republic of Ghana. Let's welcome Honorable Dr. Clement Apak.
Thank you, Mr. MC. And before I begin my formal statement, it's important I make a few disclosures. The MC was my senior at the University of Ghana. We are proud products of the Commonwealth Hall that we call affectionately Vandal City. I also recognize the presence of the Vice Chancellor and the Pro-Vice Chancellor. Not long ago, we were all together on campus and in the classrooms. For Madam Vice Chancellor, we share a lot more than that. We also had a stint in Norway where we pursued our graduate studies. So I am in a comfortable zone. I am with colleagues, academics, researchers, students, and of course, now, government officials. Mr. Osman Diagani, Regional Vice President for West and Central Africa, World Bank, Ministers of Education and Ministers of Finance from various African countries, and your entourages here present, Vice Chancellors and delegation heads from the Africa Center of Excellence participating countries, team members and experts from the World Bank, AFD, the Association of African Universities, and the Inter-University Council for East Africa, distinguished center leaders and project management teams from Africa, Europe, and other continents, executives from the higher education stakeholder community, industry players. Of course, I cannot forget development partners, as well as all here in gathered. I bring you warm greetings from the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and the Minister for Education, the Honorable Haruna Idrisu, whose presence here on Monday underscored the significance of this celebration and the importance of our collective effort as higher education stakeholders. All too soon, this 3-day high-level convention is coming to an end. I would like to commend the organizing team led by the Association of African Universities and the Inter-University Center for East Africa for creating such an impressive platform, a platform that showcased the remarkable achievements and impactful outputs and outcomes achieved during 10 years of ACE implementation, a gathering that deliberated on the next steps of the ACE program concludes this year. The President, in his opening speech, lauded the ACE program as, quote, a model of distinction, fostering innovation, nurturing world-class expertise, and strengthening institutional capabilities in critical sectors, unquote. I believe we have all been profoundly impressed by the exceptional quality of research, innovation, and diverse outputs gathered under the ACE program from the evidence presented so far. The research to enterprise session provided valuable insights into the transformative impact of our centers of the communities we serve, demonstrating tangible improvement in the daily lives of key populations. The ACE program's contributions to strengthening postgraduate education and driving real-world impact in critical fields such as health, STEM, agriculture have been truly remarkable. The session on women in STEM and leadership energized the audience and really accelerated the conversation on breaking the barriers confronting women in the bid to play their part. The session with vice chancellors reiterated the need to ensure the financial sustainability of the ACE centers, even as this phase of the World Bank support comes to an end. The discussions throughout our sessions on sustaining and scaling the impact of the ACE program over the next decade of transformation have been crucial, and this engagement will inform our collective effort to build upon the successes chalked and to drive greater impact in the years to come. As we look to the future, building on the ACE program's successes, our next steps should focus on the continuing to strengthen our efforts to drive human capacity building, leveraging cutting-edge research, and advancing strategic collaborations between academia, industry, and government. We need to continue the investment in research and development, particularly in areas aligned with our respective national priorities, and to scale up advanced training programs to meet the evolving demands of our economy. And if I may borrow from my brother who just spoke, I think we should be looking at revolution and not evolution. Furthermore, the need to expand our innovative ecosystems calls on us to foster a culture of entrepreneurship and creativity to further accelerate our progress, driving economic growth, improving livelihoods, and enhancing our global competitiveness. The continent is counting on all of us as policymakers, university leaders, center leaders, development partners, and stakeholders of African higher education to implement strategies and roadmaps identified during the conference to ensure sustainability of this impressive model. The ACE model should continue to remain at the forefront of research, innovation, and knowledge generation to accelerate Africa's economic transformation. Ghana's president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, captures our aspirations in his opening address as he stated, quote, "The ACE journey reminds us that the future of higher education in Africa and globally lies in uniting our efforts to unlock talent, transfer knowledge, and build a resilient, skilled workforce ready to drive sustainable development across the continent," unquote. Our ambition is further captured in the World Bank Vice President's opening address, during which he indicated that the ACE program has laid a foundation for a knowledge-driven economy powered by African talent, research, and solutions. All our current and future ACEs must continue in the next decade to unlock talent, transfer knowledge, and empower the African and global economy with African talent, research, knowledge transfer, and enterprise. In the spirit of collaboration and collective progress, I urge all of us to depart from this celebration of the last 2 days with a renewed commitment to engage with each other and to work towards the program's financial and institutional sustainability. Let us harness the momentum generated during this conference to drive meaningful change and to propel Africa's development. Together, we can create a brighter future for Africa's higher education sector and, by extension, the continent's economic and social development. Our profound appreciation is extended to the distinguished ministers and high-level delegates who came and made time to participate in this very important conference in Accra. In fact, this milestone celebration is worthy of the historical records. I would like to further extend a special appreciation to all governments of the participation countries, the World Bank management and team, the French Development Agency, and the French National Research Institute for Sustainable Development, the Association of African Universities, and the Inter-University Council for East Africa for their unwavering support and guidance throughout the 10-year journey of the ACE program. Your commitment to excellence and dedication to the program's success have been invaluable. We also acknowledge the tireless efforts of the implementing partners, including the vice chancellors, the center leaders, and teams from the various universities, who have demonstrated unwavering commitment to supporting and enabling the transformation of postgraduate educational initiatives under the ACE program. Your leadership, expertise, and institutional support have been instrumental in shaping the program's achievements, and we are grateful for your partnership and collaboration. To all the ministers for education and finance who have been with us throughout this auspicious event, we really appreciate your time and invaluable contributions. Together, let us sustain the bright flaming torches of the 80 centers of excellence in Africa and Djibouti. And in the next decade, let us strive for even more vibrant centers. Centers not only in themselves, but lightening up the continent in the graduates and faculty who go on to achieve greater exploits, fostering enterprise that brings communities out of poverty. I wish you safe travel and look forward to the remarkable progress that is certain to unfold as we move forward on the ACE journey. The next chapter of ACE is in our hands, and I have no doubt that together we will achieve even greater accolades for our centers, our universities, our countries, for the development of Africa and the world. Finally, it is my greatest honor on behalf of His Excellency the President and the Minister for Education to declare the Africa Higher Education Centers of Excellence a decade of impact, innovation, and excellence formally closed. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister Dr. Clement Apak. They will now pose for a group photo. Please join them so you're not too far away. Dr. Pierre and Prof, please join them for a photograph. Yes. Thank you. I guarantee you'll see this photo in the next brochure, next conference. Thank you very much. Are they done? Thank you. Kindly take your seats, resume your seats. Thanks to all our speakers. Bringing us to the end of this conference, I now call on Mr. Kweku Schneider Akuma from AAU to deliver a couple of very important announcements before we finally wrap everything up. Go ahead. Did they go back? Yes, please. All right.
Sure. All right. Thank you very much. So the conference has officially been closed, but then we still have some housekeeping announcements. First, we do have 2 more important meetings to go. We have the ACE Impact Project Steering Committee meetings that will be happening at La Palm Royal Hotel at the Bugum Hall. This meeting is for only AAU